is not just a haircut, it's a way of life. Get out the way, posers. Try and pick up what I'm putting down. M-U-L-L-E-T. Vibes.
My day was usual business. I walked with hair full of stress. Some would say that this was getting burned out. As I sipped upon my coffee, an epiphany dawned on me. I would find my correct. Cause when it's business in the front and party in the back, you know you're gonna be okay. Cause the boss is on your ass, waiting for the weekend, can't see the light of day. It's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Well, it's the Mullet Man.
Vibes.
The mullet seemed to call me, so I took a trip to go see just what kind of man I could become. So I went to the barber, my words couldn't have hit harder, and then the deed was done. Cause when it's business in the front and party in the back, you know you're gonna be okay. Cause the boss is on your ass, waiting for the weekend, can't see the light of day. It's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Well, it's the Mullet Man.
Vibes.
As the mullet changed me, I noticed my power growing exponentially. So I used this power for good, as I knew I should, but I still can't get a date.
And finally, filling the quota is something I could finally see.
Wait, what do you mean, quota?
Today, we talking mullets. The mullet vibe is not just a haircut, it's a way of life. Get out the way, posers. Try and pick up what I'm putting down. M-U-L-L-E-T. Vibes.
My day was usual business. I walked with hair full of stress. Some would say that this was getting burned out. As I sipped upon my coffee, an epiphany dawned on me. I would find my correct. Cause when it's business in the front and party in the back, you know you're gonna be okay. Cause the boss is on your ass, waiting for the weekend, can't see the light of day. It's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. seemed to call me, so I took a trip to go see just what kind of man I could become. So I went into the barber, my words couldn't have hit harder, and then the deed was done. 'Cause when it's business in the front and party in the back, you know you're gonna be okay. 'Cause the boss is on your ass, waiting for the weekend, can't see the light of day. It's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Yeah, it's the Mullet Man. Whoa, it's the Mullet Man.
Vibes.
As the mullet changed me, I noticed my power growing exponentially. So I used this power for good, as I knew I should, but I still can't get a date.
There we go, we are live. People should be able to see and hear us. And I'm just waiting on... There we go, yep. On Twitch I can see me on both. Excellent. Welcome, everybody. It is episode 11 of the Ebon Death, which is going to be the final episode, potentially, of the Ebon Death. I feel bad. I've been hyping these guys up, or well, they've been hyping themselves up all week for what will be a very difficult fight, I imagine. Although I never really said it was going to be like this harrowing experience, and then everyone's turned it into it. So I'm just rolling with it. It's gotten more difficult as you guys have gotten more scared.
Paul Gilbert is gonna save us.
And according to the poll in chat, Paul Gilbert will be the one that saves everybody. That'll certainly be interesting. Every episode seems to be the last episode. Well, you've gotten to know this party by now over all these weeks. It very well could be each and every one last episode. Turns out the real Ebon Death was a bunch of bandits we met along the way.
We are the Ebon Death.
I don't think we can end. It'll be a cliffhanger.
That's true. So we have 3 of you so far are on roll 20.
Oh.
So.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that would be.
I'll let the rest of you load that
also,
up.
I realized my mic was off this entire time.
It's cool. We technically only just started, so it's all good.
We know what we're doing now. 10 sessions in. We're good at this.
Roll 20 is making noises at me. I don't want that. Mute the tab.
I'm not seeing anything. Oh, I'm seeing. What am I seeing?
Paul Gilbert.
Oh, I'm in the church.
Oh yes, I am going to display that on the screen in a minute for Twitch, and also we'll do our introduction to what on earth has happened. Who wants to give me the rundown and remember where we are and what's going on?
Well, we're about to do D&D session 11.
Do you remember anything other than the immediate ending? I feel like you've all become laser focused on this one thing.
Sorry, I can't remember.
I think that sums it up, yeah. That's. Yeah. I'm following now.
Okay, I will do the recap in that case.
Please do.
Okay, so last episode, you guys were pretty much finishing up your quest that had taken you to Fontaine. And within Fontaine, you had discovered a hive, or at least a very small nest of Riss Slayers below the church. You had saved Rebecca previously, and continued to keep her alive throughout last session. You saved the life of a Githyanki known as Silarin, who has since bamfed and vanished into the plains to go back to Grimlock, and against all possible odds, you somehow managed to save the life of one certainly dead Kevlan Faustinus, who remains with the party into this session. In the last session, you guys were pretty much just finishing up that quest, really, and you ended up running into John, who decided that it would be a good idea that he was going to go back to Stamont, and you decided to follow him. And during that travel, you were ambushed on the road by wrist slayers, leaving John fighting them in the woods as you guys made a desperate dash with the ponies, horses, and the carriage to Stamont. And you are currently being chased by 3 wrist slayers on the road, which I will bring across now, and made it live for everybody on Twitch as well. Here we go.
Oh.
And change from this type of music is too relaxing. Let's
That's okay by me.
Yeah, that's chill. That's fine.
You do not deserve the tavern music.
Snap.
Yes.
Let us begin. Just gonna turn it up a bit on my end for Twitch. So the party finds themselves rushing quickly with the carriage being pulled by the horses. 4 of you are trapped within the carriage itself, unable to really do anything about your pursuers. M and Fanny Boss, you are both riding ponies. M, you have Rebecca with you, whom you should endeavour to keep safe. And Gershaw and Caporius, you are atop the carriage, driving the horses, as it were. So, as this is a chase, the initiative order is decided by whoever is on the left-hand side the most, and it goes descending order from that direction. So all movement is based around the movement of those from left to right. Meaning that Caporius and Gershaw are highest in the initiative order, and one of you is going to have to determine who of you, specifically out of the 2 of you, will be driving the horses and who will be able to do something other than dictate the direction of the horses.
Right, I'll drive the horses then, because the only thing I can do is use my longbow. You have spells, so I'll take the reins.
I do be magic boy. Okay, in which case I will cast a mage armor, turn around and I need to choose my words very carefully here, but climb onto the edge, the seat side edge of the carriage, not the far edge that I can fall off, but the seat side edge. Keep my feet safely stuck on the chair. But turn around, basically.
Okay.
And that's all I really want to do so far.
And Charles, are you moving the horses in any particular direction, left or right, or are you keeping them where they're at?
I'm moving them towards Stamont as much as possible, so to the left, right?
So on the road here, you're going to be moving sort of the entire group. So if I was to, say, move down like that, that would be the entire group moving in one of those directions. And
okay,
that rectangle is not staying in line with everybody else. That annoys me.
Yeah, but can I move everybody to the left and away from the wrist slayers?
It's going to be relative. So this entire road that you're moving along, you are moving, but we don't have like several miles of map. So
okay,
the way
yeah,
the chase
fine.
works is everyone moves relative to whoever's in the lead.
Okay.
Alright, so you're going to keep the horses going at full pelt straight forward.
Yeah.
Alright, so they will move, I believe that's about 8 squares in one turn for their full movement.
Just to make some distance between us and the slayers.
So technically everyone's going to move relative to you now. So since we've got people in the carriage as well, what's everyone else in the carriage going to be doing? Start with Solgra.
At this present moment in time, as a melee user, there's not much I can do. Come back to me.
Alright. Shareed. What do you want to do?
Party, should we, do I talk to Bucky first, or does someone else talk to Bucky first?
Maybe you actually, since
Initiate master plan.
Oh no.
Part 1!
Oh no.
What are we even asking? Do we ask him if the Omega plan works?
You guys have been preparing without me. I can't help you.
Dear Buckets, what do you think?
I shake the magic 8-ball. And I look at Bucky, like, Bucky. Bucky, I've got a plan. Now hear me out. It's not, I don't know if it's a good one, but it's a plan. I look to Gershaw through the carriage, and then back to Bucky.
Remember, you are in initiative, so you've got about 6 seconds for your turn. It has to take place in 6 seconds. In 6 seconds.
Ask him
Okay,
back.
I take a really quick breath. Okay, Bucky, our plan is for Oscar to lay down a noxious fart cloud, me to put plants down, and then someone else to light it all on fire, capturing and killing all the risks simultaneously and instantly. Bucky, thoughts?
Okay, Oscar's turn. What are you doing, Oscar?
Wait, does Bucky not respond?
No, it's at the end of his 6 seconds. You're going to need to wait till next turn to find out what Bucky said.
We might have to just do it, lads.
Hey,
think
just
so.
go for it. Do it.
Okay. I'm gonna cast the fart spell. Hang on. What's the fart spell? Stinking cloud. But out the back of the cart. Out the back of the cart, not in the cart in which we are sitting.
Blows up the cart.
Good thing we have
This-
the bonus, eh?
This is an interesting bunch of spells. So, Stinking Cloud. Okay, so remember to
Yeah.
cast that as taking up one of your 3 spell slots.
Excuse me. Yeah.
20-foot radius sphere of yellow nauseating gas at a point in range. The cloud spreads around corners, and its area is heavily obscured. The cloud lingers in the air for a duration. Each creature that completely within the cloud at the start of its turn must make a Constitution saving throw against the poison. When I fail to save, the creature spends its action that turn retching and reeling. Creatures that don't need to breathe or are immune to poison automatically succeed on a saving throw. A moderate wind, at least 10 miles an hour, disperses the cloud after 4 rounds. A strong wind, at least 20 miles per hour, will disperse it after 1 round. Okay, so it's going to linger behind the cart for at least a round, if not 2, considering you guys are moving away from it.
Yeah.
So, how big was that again? That's 20-foot radius. So whereabouts are you centering this? If you want to go ahead and ping the map.
The fart?
Yeah.
Okay. How do I do this? Sorry.
I think you just just hold left click.
Oh, right. Yeah, so like kind of...
Okay, so
Did you see
it's
that?
around here then, yeah?
It's around here, yeah.
Yeah.
Ish.
Okay. So they're gonna move into it this turn, perhaps.
Yeah.
So actually, we can do can draw a shape, can't we?
Through a cloud. Or something.
You can do something like this.
So-
like,
It's like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Square
go with
clone.
that. I cast
you
square
can do something like
farts.
this and
It's
just move like a poop aura.
Oh,
it's one of my specialties. I call them squarts.
What's the radius for this thing?
it's 20. You made it too big. There we go. That's good. We'll remember that.
Manga.
Monkeys.
Excellent.
And the
And
radius of 20 is
Is that the full thing? So it's only 4 squares, or is it? Like
It's 4 squares.
Let me make this a little bit brighter so you can see.
Yeah, the brown circle the cactus is added.
See.
We can't see it.
There you go.
I can't see it. Oh, you can? Oh.
No, I think we can.
Oh, I can see it, which is fine because that means I can deal with it.
We're gonna make the assumption that the last guy in the cart is not affected by it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if it's Kevlar, that means he's dead. So he's the undead, so he shouldn't be affected.
Yeah, Kevlan doesn't need to breathe. He's also asleep. So Kevlan
He's asleep through all this.
Kevlan is dead to the world. He's completely asleep. So Fanny Boss, what are you doing?
Kevlan is asleep.
Kevlan's been asleep this entire time.
Kevlan.
Yeah, that's how you ended the last session. Kevlan was asleep the entire time.
Did he not wake up at all?
Nope, he's dead to the world.
Is Kevlan gone? Why did you wait till now to tell us then?
I told you at the end of the last session. No, he's not breathing, but then again, he doesn't.
He's alive. He's just taking a. He's alive in a sense.
He's taking a day off.
His soul is within his corporeal shell, but he is asleep.
Does that mean we can heat him up the cart then?
No.
No.
I mean, you could. You couldn't, because you're inside the cart. You're not inside the cart. You're on top of it.
Shame.
Okay, so Fanny Boss, it's your turn. What are you doing?
I'm not quite sure what to do after that. After someone produced a square fart and left it behind the carriage, I don't know what I can do.
Is it possible to wake up Kevlar?
You could try.
Like throw a rock at his head or something? Or yell at him?
Are you just gonna keep up with the carriage then, Fanny Boss?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I can't think of anything.
Alright, and
Yes.
what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm really sad now.
You've got a small child to look after.
Can I switch Rebecca with Kevlan so I can look after Kevlan instead?
You would have to move closer to the cart to do that.
No, it's okay. Can I shoot while I'm going with the pony?
Yes.
I have the crossbows on because I equipped them at the end
Yeah, you do.
of last week. So I'm gonna go and shoot at the one behind me.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume I don't have a sneak attack.
No,
so
you
there's
are.
a cloud of stuff in between.
Does it obscure vision? I don't think it does.
It's brown on the map.
Oh no, his area is heavily obscured. Yeah, you could get a sneak attack out of this because she'll be firing through the cloud. Although,
oh, that's better.
You wouldn't be able to see them as well though. So rather than getting your advantage, it's just gonna be a regular roll because that advantage and disadvantage are gonna cancel out.
Okay.
So it's a regular roll, but you will get sneak attack.
Okay, perfect.
And that's a 20. And a 20 will hit.
Okay, so damage. D6 plus. Nine. Should I do the sneak attack at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, so sneak attack now, right?
Now? Or at the end of both crossbows?
Oh, do it for this. You'll do it for each one. So it'll be this for this, and then sneak attack, and then
I
next
can
one
have
sneak attack.
two.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 2 separate attacks. So you use an attack action, then your bonus action.
17.
Damn.
That's a lot of damage.
So first it was 9 damage, then it was minus 17.
So that's 26, I believe, but my math is not good.
Yeah, if people on Twitch are paying attention, they can actually see how much HP they have, and you guys shouldn't be looking.
Second crossbow is another 20.
20 is another hit.
It's 4. That's another sneak attack. 7. Someone had to.
Someone had to. So 4 damage
7.
and 7 damage. Okay. So as you twist on the pony and point your crossbows back through the now expanding cloud of awful smelling gas that Oscar has dropped behind has crop dusted behind the carriage.
You're welcome.
What do you have for dinner?
Beans. Cat bean.
There's got to be a specific berry for that, right? So you fire your crossbows through the cloud, and in doing so, you can't see through the cloud, but you hear the distinct roar of a wrist slayer being hit on the other side of the cloud. And that will bring us to the wrist slayers. It's their turn. Starting with the pack leader. Right, what was that spell? What do I have to roll for them again? Constitution saving throw. Against what? Oh, Con 14. Got it. So the first one will make his Con 14 throw, and he passes. The second one also passes, and the last one also passes. So what happens if they pass? Oh, they just don't start retching. Okay, so they're good for this turn. And, okay, so the first one is going to move up closer to the carriage, running through the cloud. He can't see you, he's just going straight forward, and the others are going to move up as well as they gain on you just slightly. And the one furthest towards the top is going to attempt. Can he attempt? I believe that's within range. Yes. He's going to screech very loudly as he attempts to acid spit at Fanny Boss. So, Fanny Boss, can you make a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
Aye. Hold on. Seems it's plus 2. There you go, 15.
15. Okay, so you are going to take 24 acid damage.
Do you not have the cloak?
Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. So he's going to take.
He's immune.
He's going to take 0 acid damage. However,
oh no, the pony.
Sorry, I just got to pull up the pony stats.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Don't you dare kill my pony.
And the pony is also going to have to make a saving throw. What was it again? Dexterity.
Ponies can't throw dice.
Can you notice it not like the cloak doesn't cover? Like Fanny Boss is small, the cloak is a cloak for like normal people, so the pony's technically like protected a bit. Like at least the bum.
I mean, that's true, yeah.
What about plot armor? We don't want to stop this chase scene. It's so cool, Briggy. Come on now.
So the pony is going to take... One, because it's blocked a lot of the acid by Fanny Boss, and it passed its saving throw. The pony is going to take 6 points of acid damage. Which means it's not dead, but yeah, the pony's not in a good way.
I didn't think about the ponies at all.
That's not.
Your pony, Fanny Boss, will not be able to take another one of those hits, or it will die.
Operation Abandoned Pony.
Ooh. Can you put the pony in the cart?
No, there's no room and it's falling
Can I do
apart.
like a sick jump in the pony? Land on top of the cart?
That's what I'm saying. Operation Abandoned Pony.
Possibly.
Roach. What is this?
So that brings us back to Gershaw.
Right, I'm going to maneuver the cart close to Fanny Boss so that he can make his maneuver.
Okay, that is going to cost you a little bit of distance.
But it's the only way to save him.
So, in moving, that's going to bring you back here. And everyone's going to move relative to you. Okay, Capo.
I will bring myself to the top of the cart and launch a mighty roar of flames into the fart.
Okay. Is that your flame breath weapon?
It is indeed. I don't think I have to draw for that.
No, I was just letting it let myself have a look. The galloping continues to change levels in volume without me telling it to, which is annoying me. Okay, so exhale a 15-foot cone. Okay, so a 15-foot cone is gonna be from you. That's 15 feet.
Yeah, but I've climbed on top of the cart, so I'd venture to say that I'm a bit further back, like maybe a square or so.
Alright, you want to move your character?
Sorry, Solgra.
So you're currently stood above Solgra on a moving cart. Can you roll dexterity saving throw for me?
Sure can. No, sorry, I forgot. It's the big one, isn't it? The plus in the big box.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, it's saving throw, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Right.
Use inspiration!
Are you gonna use inspiration?
Do we all get one at the beginning of every session? Is that still a thing?
No.
It hasn't been a thing for ages.
Right, Briggy.
You can have a bardic inspiration as well if that helps.
You can only pass that off on your turn, though.
Can I JoJo this?
What do you mean, can you JoJo this?
I have one inspiration left. Take it.
One. I'm asking.
Hang on,
Basically, I haven't actually summoned it yet, but I've got my astral self.
Oh, I forgot Briggy drunkenly gave me an inspiration out of character.
I could like grab his leg and hold him in place.
With
it.
You could have done, but
no,
not
right now.
Not right now. No, Capo either gets to use inspiration, or you're gonna have to find out what happens next.
Inspiration, please.
I'm looking through my notes to see if there's any extra ones. Like the big one, the one on top is turned on, but I don't think it's still there. I don't think it's supposed to be.
I stopped giving out inspiration a while ago and started giving out card inspiration. I don't think you guys have used them.
I have my last inspiration. Take it, Kappa.
I have to.
Okay.
You have to.
Okay, thank you, Shlee. Thank you, Solgra.
Are you using minor Shlee? Because I have 2. So we still have 1.
One of yours then, I suppose, yeah?
Okay. Next time.
Okay. There we go, that's better.
You're welcome.
19. Okay, that's good. You're fine. You moved. So what do you want to do now?
Well, no more thoughts on the whole putting the flame into the heart.
Okay, let's measure that out. You got 15. You got a 15-foot cone, which gets you there. So you won't be doing any direct damage to any of the rifts, as that cone will just barely get that one actually.
Well, some chip damage. I'm aiming at the fart, if anything. So.
All right. So if you're aiming at the fart, that 15-foot cone is going to do that.
Please don't hit me.
Well, it's a cone. It goes only one way.
Yeah, you're out of range. So go ahead and roll to hit the wrist. Is that what you do with that? I haven't actually looked at your flame breath yet.
No, it's a resist.
Oh, DC Dex
DC
12, half damage on success. So that wrist slayer is gonna roll on Dex, and it fails its roll.
Okay, I wanna also mention my goal is to put the fart on fire. I feel like you're conveniently not commenting on that, but I want to very distinctly put that out there. just so we're clear. Whether or not that's possible is up to you, obviously, but...
Let me just consult the god of knowledge known as Google.
I cannot imagine a world where one could not set one's farts on fire. Like, come on.
That's true. That's true. I mean, if it works in real life, it works in D&D, right?
Favorite pastime of secondary school students everywhere. But
this was confirmed to be true on South Park, the movie. I think we're fine.
So we can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even if it doesn't work, like our 6 seconds happen simultaneously, right? In game.
Yeah.
What's up, Bricky? What
So
you
I'll be putting some spicy plants down. So,
sorry, and what was that?
At the very least, he'll light the plants on fire.
Are you googling? Can you set parts on fire? 5th edition.
I'm specifically googling flammable, not flammable cloud. Stinking cloud. Is it flammable? And apparently, it shouldn't be, as many spells will actually say whether or not their effect is flammable.
Oh, I see.
Oh shit. I thought you can check before.
I had this thought like
it usually helps to check.
Dark looming thought of wait a minute.
Tell you what, it can be homebrewed though, so I'm gonna roll a dice. If it is 1 to 10, it is not flammable. If it is 11 to 20, I'm gonna allow this to be flammable.
Hang on a second. I need a. This is very important. I need
add a D8 to that throw.
Bet the dice in chat.
Alright, let me actually roll this.
No.
Uh-oh.
Alright, so what you do?
Nat 20.
What did you roll?
I don't have to tell you that.
I'm calling it right now. It was a nat 20.
I think it is.
I don't have to tell you if it's flammable or not.
Oh my god, dude. Okay.
Right, ignite anyway. Just fucking do it. It's already been done. So
We don't have another plan, so go for it.
Okay, so what are you actually attempting to do with the fire breath? Are you attempting to hit the wrist, or are you attempting to hit, light the gas on fire?
The wrist is a bonus if I hit it.
Alright, well the wrist fails, so you gotta roll damage on that wrist now.
Okay. $11.
Okay, so the wrist takes 11 damage. Why can't I select? Oh, I had the ruler open, that's why. Wrist. Okay.
And the fire?
So, minus 22 damage as... Oh. Sorry, my wrist was not set up correctly. Oh, that's because I'm trying to edit Shareed's icon. Move that a moment.
I've never been so stressed about a fart in my life.
Okay, so...
Oh god.
Let me just write this down, so I don't have to keep referencing things. What is it? It's... This is what happens when you make these plans and no one tells me. Now I have to figure this stuff out on the fly, and I'm sure it's super interesting.
How do you think we feel every week?
Suspense is killing us.
I mean, the suspense might kill you.
Oh my god.
Okay. And there's going to be a saving throw involved in this. I believe there will be. So it's going to be a Dex saving throw. And it's going to be that. Alright, can I have... Caporius, Solgra, Shareed, and Oscar. I need all of you to roll a Dex saving throw for me, please.
Shit. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
And I'm gonna roll as well.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
That's a lot of dice rolls and I don't like it.
There's some serious homebrewing going on here.
So, not homebrewing, I've got a lot of damage to figure out.
Aww.
Oh no.
So... So Capo got 7. So... Capo fails. Solgra fails. Oscar passes. And Shareed passes. Now bear with me as I do big rolls. So, Capo. I'm gonna have to explain everything that happened once I've done all this working out. Okay. Okay. This was maybe the worst possible idea you've ever had. Capo, you take 29 fire damage.
Oh, whoa.
Solgar, you take 28 fire damage.
Well fucking done.
Oscar, you take 16 fire damage.
Okay.
Oh. And Shareed, you take 15 fire damage. And as for the rest... Jesus Christ.
I am. Sorry, I am fire resistant because I'm a gold dragon.
Alright,
Thank you.
half that damage.
I am.
I am the fire.
What the fuck is going on?
I am. Sorry, this is going on your quotes on your channel. I'm figuring this out.
And okay, now that I've done all that, let's go over what the hell just happened. Cause good lord. So Capo, as you stand atop the carriage, not falling off of it as you dexterously make your way across the rooftop, you lean over the back of the carriage and breathe mighty flames into the noxious cloud. And as you do, the entire cloud incinerates and the flame spreads. However, you and your companions are caught in the flames as well. The Wrist Slayers scream with pain as the flames ignite their chitin, and those of you in the carriage all have taken fire damage. The back of the carriage now, after the inferno blast through it, is mostly vaporized. And just by sheer luck, possibly more than sheer luck, possibly the will of the gods, the wheels remain just intact enough for you to continue moving.
Is Zombo still on top of the cart?
Oh yeah, you didn't roll for Zombo damage.
Right now. I can't remember myself.
Do I have to roll Zombo damage as well?
Oh, please don't. Just
Please
say
don't.
that he has plot armor.
Zombo is not damaged as any more than he already was. He's looking a bit charred, though.
So just emotional damage then.
Our DM is merciful. Our DM is kind.
Thank you.
Praise Doom.
So we're gonna go through those of you in the carriage. Solgra, what do you want to do now?
Well, I'm just about fucked. So, my last remaining strength, I am going to smack the shit out of Kevlan to wake him up. If the fire didn't wake him up.
Oh, Kevlan's woken up. We're gonna deal with that on his turn.
Is he mad again?
Is he burnt again?
So Solgra's attention is focused on Kevlan for now. Shareed, what are you doing?
I cast Plant Growth simultaneously with expert coordination with Caporius's Fire Blast. I put a... that's quite big. Just assume the radius is just covering the area where the wrist layer is at, plus or minus a few feet.
Can you choose its
every
radius?
direction. Yeah, you can choose anything within 100 feet radius. You can choose it.
Alright, I'm just loading up the spells to have a look at. What was that? Plant growth.
Basically, like that's the maximum range for plant growth and what it affects, but I think that's quite large. It's like the entire map.
Where is plant growth on your spell list?
Spell level 3.
Oh, 3rd level. Ah. So a spell channels vitality into plants within a specific area. There are 2 possible uses for a spell. If you cast this spell using one action, choose a point within range. All normal plants in a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown. A creature moving to the area must spend 4 feet of movement on every 1 foot it moves. You can exclude one or more areas of any size within the spell's area from being affected. Okay, so you cast this, and I feel I should point out that you are on a dirt road that seems to be void of plant life.
Well, YOLO.
Were you hoping perhaps there were roots and things under the ground?
Perhaps.
You do, in fact.
That's not the case. Oh.
You do, in fact, manage to, as you cast it. Your attention is all over the place as you try your best to focus on where you're casting the spells, but you think within the seconds that you have that you start to see the ground breaking slightly and tearing for a few moments, as if roots were pushing their way up through the ground. Oscar. Oh wait, you wanted to do something else, didn't you? Sheree, you had a bonus action.
I wanted to eat my buff berries just for some bonus health.
Okay, you can totally be eating that for your bonus. Oscar.
Yeah. I'm gonna like have the world's quickest sort of subliminal conversation with Bucky and try and figure out if he has any wisdom for us.
You get no response from
Shit.
Bucky.
Okay. Okay. I am going to. Shit. Okay. I am. Sorry, give me 1 second.
No worries. I just want to point out to the party that there's been a round and a half of combat, and the biggest damage that you guys have received have been friendly fire. Literally.
Yeah, but the enemies as well, though.
Yeah, the enemies
as long
have...
as the damage out is more than the damage in, it's a win.
Three wrist slayers have collectively managed to do 6 damage to a pony thus far. All of the damage the party has suffered has been through the party's own actions.
Hey, that means you're in control, so...
Shaking my head.
So I'm gonna. I remembered that I have the horn.
You do have the horn.
I'm gonna blow the horn to escape.
The horn that you have is the horn of Redite, is it not? Are you carrying that?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the horn of Redite is going to summon. Let me just get this on screen. When 5e loads, so I can actually see which one it is.
Okay.
I'd say it was silver, right? Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
So the horn will summon 2d4 plus 2 Berserkers.
Okay.
So if you want to roll a 2d4 plus 2 for me.
Yeah, I can do that.
As I find a...
Oh my god.
2d4. You rolled the maximum amount of Berserkers.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
Buggeroony.
Damn, I guess I now have... So they are going to... How does it spawn these, then? You can use an action to blow this horn. In response, warrior spirits from the plane of Isgard appear within 60 feet of you. These spirits use their Berserker statistics. They return to Iscard after 1 hour or when they drop to 0 hit points. Once you use the horn, it can't be used again until 7 days have passed. 7 days. 7-day cooldown time for reuse.
Okay.
So there are going to be 10 Berserkers on the field. Good lord. But they're not riding anything. They're just going to appear. So...
yeah.
Can they appear somewhere like
in front of us, maybe,
so that we move and then they'd be there on the side, being like, hey.
That's 4.
Or behind us, so they actually form a wall.
Of 5.
Actual meat shield.
6.
No, fighters.
7.
I mean, technically, 10 Berserkers fighting damaged wrist slayers. They're gonna win.
8. 9. 10. Ten Berserkers summon instantly from a plane beyond, from Redite's own halls in his realm. They land on the ground as you guys are moving. They are not riding anything, they are not moving, so in a few moments everything is about to go to hell.
And you say our plans aren't great.
Okay. Fanny Boss, what do you want to do?
I get... fuck's sake. Since my pony is just a bit dead, I'm gonna,
I mean, it ain't dead yet.
yeah, but it's pretty close.
It's on 4 HP.
Yeah. I don't know about the... I kinda wanna ramp it up on the carriage, but I might break the carriage. Oh no. Right, I'm gonna attempt to like make the pony jump and open the carriage so that it doesn't die. This could be a bad idea.
So what are you doing? You're attempting to jump to the carriage.
I want the pony to jump on
No, that's...
What are you gonna do?
The carriage that's currently on fire, and Rickety.
I think you should just...
We'll
I'm
buy
gonna
you a
abandon
new
the pony.
We'll buy you a new one. It's fine. We'll all chip in.
It's unreplaceable.
The pony can still run. It's gonna be more safe and have less weight on it when its legs have been acidified. You know, like fucking melted.
Yeah, the pony is in fact mechanically perfectly healthy at this point. 4 HP is still more than 0 HP.
Right. Well, fuck it. I'm staying on the pony then.
Oh my god.
Plan averted.
Is there anything else you want to do with your turn, Russell?
Not really, no. None of them are in range for me to smack it, so I'm just gonna keep going. I think.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Attack again. In the meantime, I have reloaded one of the crossbows, and Rebecca has helped me and reloading the other one.
Okay. So you can in fact fire back into the wrestlers. You will be rolling at disadvantage, as you will have to fire through this newly appeared wall of berserkers.
I was perfectly fine doing damage before that. This was happened, but hey. Okay.
Okay. So which one are you attacking, by the way? You're going for the same one, the one on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
So I need to roll twice for each crossbow to hit.
Yep. Every attack you have to roll with disadvantage now if you want to fire through with a chance to shoot one of your own berserkers in the back.
I'm not mad, just disappointed.
We were all talking about this. You were there.
I was
you
trying
were
to
there.
have a plan, and you guys were just yay fire and stuff.
Hey, everyone was on board and the plan executed perfectly. I see no problem here.
Fuck, it's not 20. And I can't use that. Oh.
Unless you roll another nat 20.
It's a 7.
17 is gonna hit. So roll damage. So you won't get your sneak attack. No. So that's 6 damage.
Try and hit with the other one. Huh.
That's not gonna hit. That will miss, unfortunately. So you do successfully manage to fire one of the bolts and actually hit the wrist slayer.
Whoop, whoop.
And it is now laser focused on you and ignoring this this newly created shield wall of berserkers.
Lovely.
Okay. Oscar, do you have any commands for the berserkers?
Basically, to target the wrist and just bash the living daylights out of them, really.
Alright, so this is what you will have essentially, like a telepathic order you will have given them when summoned. So they're focused on the wrist. Solgri, you were focusing on Kevlan, and in those 6 seconds that have passed since the eruption of fire in the back of the cart, his body is limp as he sort of lolls around on the back there next to Oscar. It's just pure luck that he hasn't fallen out of the back of the cart. For a split second, you get a glimpse at his face, and you can see his eyes are just mildly glowing a tint of red.
I'm throwing him out the back of the fucking cart.
Well, you'll have to wait till the next turn to...
I'm just getting that out there so people know.
No, Kevlan.
Okay, and since none of the... Can I multi-select all of these guys? No, I have to do it in a few groups. How fast are you guys moving? They're gonna end up there. He is gonna end up there. And those two are gonna end up there. And he is going to end up there. Now I have to roll for the others. So... Okay. Did not expect that outcome. So this wrist slayer leaps over this berserker in its entirety, landing one claw in the back of the carriage. And this berserker does nothing, ends up over here, but confused, looking back at the wrist slayers. This wrist slayer makes it as far as the berserker, so I guess to move up one space for a moment before ending up all the way back here and on the other side of that berserker. Both of them prone on the ground after they collided on the road. And this wrist slayer ends up over here and this guy ends up down here. That is the new layout. So the one hanging onto the back of the cart now cranes its head inside the back and roars at Oscar, making a swipe. So
I have to go in a minute, but okay. Okay.
He misses you just barely, claw embedding itself on the inside of the carriage. He's now clinging to the back of, mostly wrapped around the outside. Alright. And that will bring us back around to Kershaw.
Okay, so is that wrist layout on the back of the cart within 10 feet of me then?
I'd say so. Let me just double check that it agrees. Yeah. Yeah, that's
alright.
That's square from you. I mean, technically it's 15 foot, but it's hanging on to the other side, so it's, yeah. Yeah, I'll rule that as 10 feet.
Time for me to do things. Right, I use...
Wait, are you no longer controlling the horses if you do anything else then?
No, I still am, because it's my astral self.
Okay, so what are you doing that is an action, and what are you doing that's a bonus action?
So, I mean, I'm still holding on to the reins, right, from the last turn. Like, still same direction, same everything. I'm not changing the commands to the horses. Like, they are still traveling straight, right?
Okay, but your attention is going to be divided if you're doing anything but focusing on the horses.
What will that result in?
You don't know. I don't know either. Yet.
Okay. Well, I might as well make a try of it. So... Screw it. I'm going to summon, as a bonus action, the arms of the astral self. And when I do that, any creature within 10 feet of me has to make a... which I choose, by the way. It's a selective targeting thing. And obviously I select that wrist, which is hanging on the back of the cart, has to make a DC saving throw... Dex saving throw of 12, or take 2d6 damage.
Okay, so wrist has got a Dex save to do. What was the Dex save again?
12.
12. It passes it.
Okay. And when that happens, I'm going to attempt to attack the wrist with the arms of the astral self.
Okay.
Does anything happen before that or no? With the horses or anything?
Not yet, no.
Okay. I'm gonna roll to hit. $15.
Does not hit.
Shit, I use my second attack in that action to try and hit him again.
Okay.
Fuck.
An 8 will not hit either.
Well, then I can literally do nothing right now.
Okay, and... with your attention distracted away from the horses, the most advantageous route for the horses themselves is not the most advantageous route for the group or the cart, and you hit some slightly rough terrain at the speed that you're going at, which is going to, unfortunately, slow you down and move you guys back. Let's reorder some of this. So, Fanny Boss, that means Europe is you and Em are currently tied in the lead of this chase.
Again, I don't have a fucking clue.
Are you just gonna keep moving forward on your current course?
I guess so. Yeah, there's nothing for me to do apart from do that.
That'll keep you pretty much where you're at then. And what about you?
I'm gonna shoot again at the one behind me.
The bottommost one.
The one who's going towards the trees.
Yeah, okay.
Hits.
That will hit, yeah. Roll damage. Unfortunately, no sneak attack.
I know. Seven. Second one, another 24.
Nice, that hits.
Nine.
Nice. So you fire your crossbow bolts again.
Yep.
Which I didn't have the right soundboard up. But they both make impact with the eliciting another furious roar from the Wrist Slayer behind you, now in hot pursuit of you specifically. And that's going to bring us to Caporius on the roof.
It's about how far I had planned ahead, to be honest, so...
Let's just bring I sent you a DM just before my turn.
Okay, let me double check that.
Whenever.
While Capo takes his turn.
The one just directly behind the guards, is he actually holding it, or is he just behind the guards, like running along?
I think he was hanging on.
He's hanging on to the cart.
Okay. I am gonna... Out of character for a second. Last time I Eldritch blasted a door and it yeeted it across the hallway, or across the plaza. How,
Yes, it did.
like, if I do a close quarters Eldritch Blast, will that be a bigger force of impact because it's close distance?
It'll do the same damage as what is listed mechanically in the spell. I don't think there's any specific rules saying that it'll do anything else to the cart. So you pretty much got it as like Eldritch Blast as written.
Okay. Okay. That is what I will do then. I will do an Eldritch Blast towards, let's say, the body. I'm not gonna aim too high up on him. Of the wrists, clinging onto our cart.
So, Eldritch Blast. There we go. So you got to make a ranged spell attack. So it's going to be D20 plus 4 to hit.
$23.
That will hit, and it's going to take 1d10 force damage. So, yeah, because it's only a first level spell, isn't it? Well, a cantrip. So yeah, 1d10.
Yeah, cantrip. 2. God damn it.
2 damage. Okay.
And I have a bonus action I want to do too.
Alright, so you... Did you want to flavor and describe your Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, why not? So standing atop the cart, still with incredible... No, actually, scratch that. Clinging onto the cart for dear life, trying not to fall off. I look down at the wrist and try to, or well, shoot a blast at its body. Those nearby might be able to make out the rough shape of a dragon's head soaring through the air, bending the air around it just for a moment as it hits the wrist for a very meek and disappointing little tap on the shoulder. Not really doing the intended effect, but that's okay.
The thum of the blast rings out across the road as you hit it square in its chest. And despite not doing much damage to the wrist, it does just enough to make it lose its grip on the side of the cart, and it tumbles away, falling back from the carriage.
Okay. And then, as a bonus action, I would kindly like to cast, well, not cast, but perform, I suppose, technically, where is it? Excuse me, a healing light. On Solgra down below, because I feel very bad, because she doesn't like me and I set her on fire. So I shall do that as my bonus action.
Cool.
For a total of 4 health points.
It's not nothing. Alright, Shareed.
Did the plants do anything?
Yeah. Yes, they did. In fact, they slowed down the wrist slayers. Unfortunately, Charles's decision to try punching things astrally from the roof slowed your cart down as well, meaning there wasn't much of a lead gained on the wrist.
Gotcha. I'm going to... How do I do this? I'm going to attack this one.
Okay.
I don't know how to remove that, so you'll have to deal with that. With Chill Touch.
With Chill Touch. Okay. It feels nothing.
The cheeky little breeze. And with my interaction, I wanna just pull Kevlin tighter so he doesn't fall out of the cart.
Okay, and Oscar.
I would like to give me just one moment because I just want to check that this still is a thing. Yes. I would like to cast Hideous Laughter. If that's possible.
Let me double check.
At the race, obviously.
Yeah, so a creature of your choice can see within range. Target must succeed on Wisdom saving throw. Creature with an intelligence score of 4 or less isn't affected. Let me check the rest.
Oh.
It will be affected.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Maybe buy us some distance.
This is going to be terrifying. I've never thought about how a wrist would laugh. That's got to be the stuff of nightmares, right? Which one are you attacking?
Let me just point at one. I would like to attack one that is... can I ask the others what they think? Should I cast it on this one or this one? What do we think?
I don't know. There's one that's coming for me. but that one doesn't have a lot of health.
Yeah. Okay. Will we go for the one directly behind us then?
I hope none of you are watching the stream to see the health points.
No, we're not.
No, I just thought I had like 50-ish damage to it.
You've done a fair bit. So you're attacking this one.
With that one, yes.
Okay. So, hideous laughter. Let me double check what they have to roll for that then. So, it's a save of... It's a Wisdom 14 save. So that's Wristler. How is this gonna work? It fails its saving throw.
Okay, cool.
So it's gonna fall prone and become incapacitated for the duration. And that duration is up to 1 minute, so that's like the rest of this fight, essentially.
Cool.
At the end of its turns, and each time it takes damage, target can make another wisdom saving throw. Target has advantage on the saving throw if they're triggered by damage. So on success it ends. You've got to roll a wisdom 14 to get out of that.
Oh.
So
He's gone.
Oh, what happened?
We lost Hay.
Oh,
I got yeeted, I'm sorry. I'm back.
No.
I'm sorry.
So you cast hideous laughter at the Wrist Slayer, and at first it roars, and then it starts making hideous noises that you can't fully comprehend. And it does in fact seem to fall prone as its body jerks in unnatural ways, and as it raises its head in a horrifying facsimile of laughter.
Cool.
Which, if anything, is going to give me nightmares.
Noise.
And it is going to fall all the way back to that Berserker shield wall. Okay, so both Solgra and Shareed now can see Kevlan more clearly. Shareed, when you went to pull him into the cart. And looking at Kevlan's face, Solgra was the first to pick up on it, but you can now also see that his eyes have begun to glow a ominous shade of red. And he's whispering, but too low for you to hear over the din of the horses and the carts and the oncoming Riss. Solgra, your turn. What am I missing?
That's hilarious.
I can only imagine how party chat's going right now.
Oh man.
Solgra, you got a turn to make. I can't wait to read through it after the session.
It's in the no DMs chat.
It's in the no DMs one. We have made the executive decision that we are yeeting him out of the carriage.
Kevlan was not the imposter.
Can you whisper to him? I'll try and go back to find him after this is done.
I'll whisper to him that
Yeet.
Em will try and go back. Find him. Because he's looking like a warlock, and I'm not enjoying that.
So, Capo forwarded me a little screenshot of the non-DM party chat. It just says, "Okay, yeet, yeet, maybe yeet." I like that you all thought this decision through without memes.
There was some discussion, but then we all agreed yeet is the only way.
Oh yeah, we've been arguing since the beginning of the session what to do with Kevlan.
There's a 50-50 split to yeet or not yeet, and then everybody's shifted to the yeet side.
I said no. Just saying.
It is.
Still gonna have his statue made.
Okay.
It's not.
So, using a stand-in for Kevlan here, you yeet Kevlan out of the back of the carriage as he tumbles. He never... His body hitting the ground. As you do this, you notice very clearly as you're in the midst of reloading a crossbow and Rebecca's helping you that the wrist slayer that was chasing you immediately diverts its attention and moves over towards Kevlan's body.
No, what have we done?
I said no, just to clarify.
The wrists are caught up back here in being swarmed by the Berserkers, and eventually you can no longer see them as they vanish behind you, swarmed by very loud, very angry Berserkers. The wrist slayer that diverted its attention away from M, as you're continuing your dash towards Tamont, scoops up the body of Kevlan and itself turns and runs back towards the Berserkers.
Can I chase him?
You want to turn around and chase?
Dude!
I'd be willing to follow you in a chase. I would follow you if you chased him.
God, dude.
I don't know. Do you wanna go?
Oh my god.
That thing is almost dead, okay? We can leave Kevlan after, but Kevlan doesn't deserve this.
So are we. If you go back now, you're on your own.
This is some train track shit. Some train problem shit.
Out of who would come with me?
I would if I wasn't holding the reins. Like, Kappa, if you take the reins, I'll go. Because I got a decent amount of
I take the
HP.
reins. I'm not turning the cart around, though.
I would have to go because you've got Rebecca.
Yeah,
Don't
you
take
currently
the
have a
girl after
child.
The monsters. Be responsible.
How much HP does this thing have? Like.
Wrist slayers, from what we've encountered and what I can kind of guess, it's like, well, the Tanaruk was like over 100, wasn't it? And then like the wrist slayers like 150 to 200, depending. We've done. I don't know how much damage we've done to each of them. I don't know which ones are which. But
The one that Kevlan is the one that I've hit and has like 50 less points.
Right. But he's also been hit by fire and stuff, and yeah, I don't know.
I can't be bothered to them.
Wait, out of character, Kevlin is possessed by the Wrist Slayer's god. Also, he just got scooped up by the Wrist Slayer. Also, he's
gonna be
guessing a super high level warlock. Also, he's probably gonna survive. Also, he's probably gonna want revenge because we yeeted him out of a cart for dead.
Yeah,
I feel like if we don't deal with this, I don't know, man.
Do you know what? I all I'm gonna say is this. I said no to the yeet. But no. So, I'm happy to go my conviction and try and help Kevlan from said fucking yeet, because now we just given the wrist what they want. Like if he's a conduit for the gods, we've literally gone like it's like a karma decision, and he's got like Red Eye on one side and then Idal on the other, and we basically just gone, here Idal, have your fucking thing.
Please be Jorn.
As the party has its internal argument, still riding for Tamont, behind you in the distance, through the trees, you see another streaking bolt of lightning sail through the sky and hit the ground. It's distance further away than the last time you saw one, but it's still very audible. Followed by another.
The fuck?
So you're hearing multiple lightning strikes in the distance. It's over all of this din that you eventually hear a much louder and deeper roar than that of the usual risk that you've encountered.
Still behind us or not?
It's the thing.
Very, very far behind you. Coming from the same direction as the various lightning and electricity flavored spells that you're hearing getting slung around. And then eventually the sounds fade, and leaving you only with your thoughts and the sounds of galloping hooves. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
Smoke.
Bucky, did we do the right thing?
Character.
I think that's a good time to take a break.
Fuck's sake.
Also, can I point out that if I didn't have disadvantage because of your shenanigans, one crossbows would have hit for 33 of just critical damage.
Oh yeah, you would have outright killed one of them. You were putting out some nice damage output.
Yes.
Capo was doing more damage than you, but that also meant friendly fire as well.
Yes.
In fact, it would have been an absolutely amazing one if you guys had, like, used something a bit more focused.
I'm gonna go pee.
So I'm gonna put us on the back screen. So everyone can do a quick land while we take a break. Sorry, it's a drop. It's a drop on here.
Oh, our plan went off flawlessly, so that's what matters. Good job, team. Well done.
Let's do it again next time. Yeah, me too, actually.
And this gives me adequate time to check the messages and also change our soundscape as we arrive at Tamont.
I shall be back.
You have time. There we go. Oh, Russell stole that win. Let's see, what's been going on in chat? There's a lot of chat to catch up on. Lots of people are chatting tonight. Must we really be imagining the stinging depths of Oscar's bowels with such clarity? Is it therefore not worth knowing what he ate in the past 24 hours to understand the filthy tang to it? Oh, I should read Coffee's messages way quicker than I have been doing, because that would have been hilarious. Curry! Brilliant. Grapple mechanics time. Yay, yeah, they didn't get used much, did they? Oh, we've got some followers. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the alerts while we were playing, so let me have a quick check. We've got quite a few. So we have, is that Vejoxa, LCM89, Bards of New York, Chubb's Quest, and Shosho Frumble Fungus. Frubble Fungus, that's a great name. Your entries have been logged in the Geeks Codex. Your names will go down in the annals of history as geeks, freaks, and nerds, just like the rest of us. I hope you're enjoying Session 11 of the Ebon Death, and that fairly hectic chase that we started the session with, which I got no input from any of the party as they planned all of that, and it went exactly as I expected it to go, more or less.
Look, the idea was perfect in the planning stages. Execution was a little bit lacking, but overall it went about as good as I expected.
Hello.
So that was an interesting first half to the session.
Oh no. That's all I gotta say.
God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Well, I'm ready to fight Kevlin in 20 sessions as like a level 25 warlock that just wipes their entire party.
We can do another drop it reset. Let's get another one going while we wait for the last few of us to finish our breaks.
Yeah, can I get can he get disadvantage against me because I was the only one who was like no in the end?
I like how you're all so very certain that Kevlan is gonna be the big bad in the next like 10 sessions.
You not denied it.
He hasn't confirmed it.
Also, can we confirm that you did roll a nat 20 on that fart cloud?
It may or may not have been a nat 20. I really didn't want to have to figure it. I really didn't want to have to like figure out the mechanics of that, and then it rolled a 20. So I was like, oh, I guess I better start mathing it then. I guess after all, it is flammable.
Well, there's still one thing that we had which I didn't use.
I would like to dedicate Kenny singing Rocketman to Kevlan.
Is that not gonna get the MC8?
It's Kenny on Twitch. I was just watching the stream.
That's fine.
So we rocketed man Kevlan out of
The truest form of teamwork. Sacrificing an NPC.
We're all still here.
I mean, literally, Capo, and everybody, the fart cloud did more damage to us probably than it did to the rest.
That is just.
And they take double damage.
They're all weak to fire. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, they take double damage from fire.
Mm-hmm.
They do take double damage from fire.
And I reckon we still outdamage them. Because
based on what?
What?
One of those did 70 damage.
Oh shit! That's
Yeah.
really good.
There we go.
I was gonna say, I feel like if we played that better, we could have killed all 3 of them, but we did as the party does, and
I wasn't sure what I expected, to be honest, with that fight, but it was definitely interesting. I enjoyed it.
I mean, I was just chilling.
I mean, it's like life. We made a plan, and then life happened. Made a plan.
I mean, for what it's worth, as messy as it was quite close to the actual plan.
it is, yeah.
Well,
Alright, let's bring us
the
back
subtle
on.
details,
Minus one
make a
headline.
Alright, let's bring us back on
Or
screen.
was it?
Hang on, we're back on screen now, so I can remove Roll20 as we are done with that encounter.
Nice.
Okay, so it's going to take you guys another hour or so to actually enter the gates of Tamont at the current pace that you are going, although you no longer seem to be in any immediate danger. Behind you, you still hear the occasional loud thunderclaps as lightning streaks through the sky and lands somewhere in the forest. Its location moving in your direction, but at a much slower pace, so you can at least have some solace knowing that Jorn is still fighting out there and apparently surviving. But you continue. And as you, actually, is there anything you guys want to do in the interim as your cart is currently smouldering from the back? It's open to the elements where you pushed Kevlan out. and Fanny Boss's pony is a little worse for wear, and most certainly requiring a vet of some description.
Fix my pony.
I thought there was someone in my apartment, and then I realized it's fuck.
So, Sheree, I believe that before the break you wanted to ask Bucky a question.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we did the right thing, but now I know for sure we did the wrong thing. So we're just gonna pretend it didn't happen.
You don't want to ask Bucky at all about it.
I was planning to use this episode to teach Bucky about the power of friendship, but we might have proven something about friendship.
I mean, I'm glad you didn't pull the. Well, he was dead anyway.
Yeah.
He was dead anyway.
No, I'm 100% convinced that he is immortal and is gonna get revenge. I'm placing my bets right now.
I think we fucked up.
I honestly didn't think you were going to yeet Kevlan out the back of the cart.
I said no!
Why did you make him possessed then? It's your fault.
Even Gershon
My
was
fault.
no!
I've only promised to not kill one warlock.
That's fair. Hey, you were about to ask something.
Sorry, yes. So you know how I started out with water skin?
Yes.
Was there water in it?
Yes.
Because it's probably undrinkable now. And I would quite like to pour it over the flames in the back of the cart.
That will.
If it's full, because that will be 4 liters, right?
Yeah, you've pretty much doused any of the flames. It's still smouldering a little, and plumes of smoke are rising from the back of the cart, but it seems to be under control after that. So you guys are having a pretty breezy ride into Tamont.
I'm gonna use mending to patch up the wheel just to make sure it doesn't fall off midway.
Alright, so between you, you manage to hold the cart together. Rebecca is looking particularly shell-shocked and sort of like gripping tightly to the mane of the pony as she rides with Em.
Yeah, I was considering checking up on her.
She's been through worse. But yeah, she's probably not in a very talkative mood at the moment. Just softly shivering and
Okay, I'm
singing.
gonna ask her if she wants to like take the reins off the pony while I get some amber leaves and make a rolly.
You want her to control the pony so you can smoke?
Yes.
That is some dodgy. Oh my god.
So
What
she
do you mean?
Say we'll get.
You just
Have a
say
smoke.
that.
she takes the reins from you willingly, and you learn very quickly while you're rolling your cigarette and smoking that it appears that Rebecca's actually a fairly competent and trained rider.
Look at that.
Possibly
You have vocation.
possibly even riding the pony better than you were doing prior.
Okay, then I smoke quickly and then I retake the reins. If no one gets off.
Your ego takes over and you won't let her take it all the way to
Can I
small.
use it off the pony now?
So the party arrives at the gates of Tamont. As you take the long road heading into its main entrance, even from a distance you've been able to see the gleaming spire that rises from the center of the city. This monument to wealth that comprises the citadel at the center it's difficult to miss from a distance. It towers over every other section of the city. And as you arrive at the gates, you see these gates are huge gate in very tall walls. The portcullis looks as if it could be the size of many of the buildings that you saw in Great Stumpleton. Its grandeur is not lost on you, even if it does seem showy for the sake of showy. And as you arrive, 2 guards begin to approach your carriage and ponies as you slow down. One looks up to Gashore, who's currently holding the reins on the carriage, and yells for him to halt.
I halt the ponies.
Okay,
Sorry, the horses.
The other guard walks around the other side of the carriage, looking over the damage that it's caused, whilst the first looks up at you in that riding seat, and he asks you, "What is your business here in the city of Tamont?"
We wish to do things like visit the library.
He gives you an incredulous look and sort of sweeps his glance over the party and the clearly wrecked carriage, and says, "And what would the likes of you and your kind have at the Arcane Archives?"
We're doing a research trip thing, and we got ambushed on the way here. You might want to increase your defenses, as there might be something coming up the road at some point. I don't know.
The other guard's looking round the carriage and he's peering in through the back, and he catches a glimpse of Solgra, and he stumbles back slightly and shouts around to the other guard, and it's like, "You might want to have a look at this. They've got some interesting cargo back here." And the first guard looks up at you and says, "Are you carrying any credentials?"
Got this pin, but that's about it.
And he takes the pin from you and he looks it over. He tries to bend it and takes a few good bites of it. And he says,
Any damage and you're paying for that.
And he hands it back to you and says, "I do apologise. The magistrate had said a few words about some adventuring party, and I believe someone from your side has arranged a particular deal, and we've been told to let you through." And he says, he leans in and says, "Just between you and I, they haven't told us much. What are you actually doing here in Tamont?"
Well, there's a lot of things happening right now, which is why you should heed my warning about the reinforcements. But it's stuff which we've got to sort out, basically, which you don't need to know too much about. It's better if you don't know and just listen. Like, honestly, like it's just a whole big kerfuffle, to be honest. A lot of things going on.
He gives you yet another incredulous look, but then he steps back away from the carriage and gives you a nod and says, "Very well, I'll take that under advisement." And he waves the party through the gates into the city.
Alright, I go into the city with the cart.
Okay, so as the party, the carriage flanked by the ponies, enters into the city, as you pass through the gates, you find the initial streets to be rather wide, so you're not quite boxed into a city, but you can see on both your left and your right, all the way through to the centre of the city, to be a whole slew of rickety buildings. Some of them, the further from the gate you get, start to look more like townhouses and have got decent upkeep, but everything to your left and right immediately sort of screams slums to you. It's populated by various market stalls and food vendors on either side. The din of the city gets louder as you pass through the gates. You can see in the distance, looking up, the city rises on the other side, and the buildings higher up and further away from you clearly are more well kept and sort of give you an impression of wealth. And it's impossible to look along the skyline and not see a strangely large building with a conical roof that extends out into a spire, mimicking something of the spire on the Citadel. You can't see from here, but you think it might have something to do with potentially being the Arcane Archives. The major giveaway being that its roof glistens a eldritch purple in the roof tiles, which sets it apart from every other building that's within your sort of visual range. Immediately to your left, when the road breaks into a T-junction, is a very shoddy-looking tavern. It looks like a bit of a dive. You can see the signage above the door marks it as the Drunken Duck. Just marking that one down for later. So, what do you guys want to do?
Well, I'm gonna, like, I guess hitch up the cart somewhere where it's gonna be safe and stuff like that, or maneuver it to a place where it's gonna be out of the way of the sort of like the main areas, maybe to the side of the Drunken Duck if there's any alleyways or something.
Is it still salvageable?
I mean, like, it's still
It got you
together,
here.
so we could patch it up.
So, looking down the side of the Drunken Duck, you can see that there is an alleyway that you could to fit the cart down, and extending down this alleyway looks like a small stable as well. It would appear to be wherever travellers would keep their horses and carriages if they were going to choose to stay at the Drunken Duck.
Well, guys, it might be worth. Well, I guess I can only. I guess I can talk to everybody, seeing as half the cart's apart. But yeah, I don't know whether it's. I'll just like turn back and literally look down, like through the roof, at people past Zombo, who's still clinging on the top. Where's Kevlan? But yeah, we're gonna need to probably hitch up the cart. It might be worth someone talking to somebody inside and maybe hitching up the cart here for the day.
What time is it?
It is midday, or an hour or so past midday.
Do you guys think that's a good idea? Maybe like hitch up the cart there and then just like pay our dues so that it's there for the day and safe and everything like that. At least the horses can have a rest.
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
And I kind of want to hit the library up after that.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Do you think it's here?
I think Vitus is in the library. I think. Yeah. All right, so I moved the cart towards the stables, and then I guess we'll go into the Drunken Duck first and talk to them, and then pay whatever we need to stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you head towards the stable, and as you bring the carriage, the horses and the ponies down the alleyway, you are met with the sounds of shuffling feet as a creature runs from a small alcove by the stables to meet the party. And it takes you a moment to focus before you realise that this creature is in fact a small goblin. And
Yes.
he looks up at the party, well, specifically at Gersha, who's in control of the carriage, and he says, "Sir, are you planning to keep the horses here?"
Yeah. Is it linked to the Drunken Duck here?
Yes, Duck, Drunken Duck. The stable's here.
How much is it going to cost to keep it here for the day?
How many horse?
This many horse. It's
He points at the ponies and says, "Them not horse.
Alright, 2 horse, 2 pony.
Just horse pony."
2 horse, and then 2 ponies, so 4 animals total.
Okay. And he counts 1, 2, 1, 2, and says, "And wooden box.
Yes.
Does wooden box need fix?"
Yes.
Okay. And then he scrounges through a little notepad that he's got written down. You can see him counting and losing count and starting again. And then trying one more time. And he says, 2 horse is 10. 2 pony is 5. Big wooden box and fix is 30.
Okay, so that's 45 in total, yes?
And he shrugs and says, I guess.
Okay, and is that for the day and the night, or just the day?
Day and night.
Okay.
Till tomorrow.
Gold or silver?
Gold.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
That's a good 6 and a bit each.
I tell you what.
So while you've already said yes. So while you're deciding how the money is going to be spent and sorted out, he claps his hands, and 3 more goblins run from the alcove, and they sort of shuffle Fanny Boss and M off of their ponies, and they sort of do their best at weakly pulling everybody out of the carriage and take over and start to take the carriage and the horse and ponies into the stable proper. The first goblin looks up at
Rebecca is on my pony as well.
Yeah, Rebecca's gotten off the pony when you get off the pony.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
She doesn't go in.
Alright, guys, before
the first
anyone
goblin
goes
looks
on.
up at Gershaw and he pulls a small piece of paper from his inside pocket and hands it to Gershaw. And looking over it, you can see that it's really rather nicely made business card. Clearly not made by the goblin, you assume, as it includes very well, nicely maintained calligraphy across the front, and it reads the name Dryk with it's D-R-Y-K, and it just says horses underneath.
Nice to meet you, Drake.
He says, nice to meet you too. I am Dryk. I keep horse.
Gershaw.
Gershaw.
Yeah.
I will try to remember.
Yeah. I'm gonna... I tell you what, I'm gonna actually front the costs for this, guys, because I did basically nothing in that entire thing.
Okay.
And
Drake
Drake has more to say, so he pulls out another piece of paper, and it's the full terms and conditions of the stables. Also, clearly not written by him, as he just hands it over and summarizes as best he can. Like, remember, be here tomorrow or double. Not back in 3 days. We eat.
Okay. So, what time tomorrow, or is it just any time tomorrow?
This time.
So
Now.
midday.
He
Okay,
shrugs
so
and
24
says,
hours.
That is, yes, now, but tomorrow now.
Okay.
3 tomorrows now. No return. We eat.
Okay. I'm gonna chuck in 3 gold as a tip to Drix, and just say if we're a little bit later, like a couple hours, but we will be back for our stuff. But we might be a little bit later.
And he takes the tip from you and puts it in his own pocket and says, we'll do best. They're hungry.
Okay. Right. That's good. So, no, I've just taken the 48 gold off my sheet.
Okay. So you got at least 24 hours.
Zombo.
Zombo is still on top of the carriage, unless you've told him to
Calm
move.
down.
You call him down. So you give the goblins a mighty fright, as they're already measuring up the cart and looking through stockpiles of timber to see what they have to patch it up. As suddenly a headless wrestler clambers down from the carriage and lands in the dirt next to them, causing the goblins to shriek as it slowly scurries its way over to you, lumbering in a mixture of wrist natural movements and zombification. Until it is just sort of stood with its arms held like this next to Sharid.
Nice. I peek past the Zombo and say, it's okay, he's with us.
And the goblins just sort of stare at you wide-eyed, drooling a little bit, mostly in fright. They seem to have completely frozen up in whatever stance they were in at the time. And Drake walks past and slaps one behind the ear and says, "Work now! Fix cart!" And he turns to Gershar and winks and waves a 3 gold at him. He's like, "Don't worry, we'll fix."
Yay. Thank you, Drix.
Yes, Em?
Before we do anything, I'm gonna take Rebecca by the hand, walk her to Solgra, be like, "Well, that was fun. I literally do not want any more responsibilities. So have fun now. Bye." And I tap Rebecca on the head, which is literally like the same size of my head. But
Rebecca takes Solgra's hand and clutches it tightly, but she gives a polite smile back to Em, as if like, that was fun. And Solgra, you can feel Rebecca like squeezing your hand tighter.
so that's done. Thank you.
I quickly ask Bucky something.
Yeah, you can always ask Bucky things. It depends whether or not he responds.
Bucky, how would you like to have a fresh new body?
It takes a moment. You think that nothing's going to happen, until suddenly a voice appears in your mind, and the voice says, "Master Sharid, what do you mean by new body?"
Well, I was thinking I might be able to put you on Zombo and give you full reins to control what he does. So maybe you could move around. I'm not sure if it'll work, but we could try if you want.
And again, it takes more moments as the time ticks past, and eventually you hear the voice reappear in your mind. "Master Sharid, I don't believe that will accomplish anything other than placing me on the body of..." And he thinks around. Zombo, was it?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Do you want to try it? You could move around. It might make you feel more free. It's up to you. You don't have to.
He says, "I think I would like a body."
Cool. So I put Bucky on Zombo's head. Smiley face facing front.
You have
give
just
Zombo the command.
You've just Skyrim'd Zombo, effectively. So the Bucky sits atop Zombo's neck stump, and nothing appears to happen.
Okay, now Bucky, try saying something to Zombo. Say like maybe, I don't know, like right hand up.
You want him to attempt to pass a command word to the zombie?
Yeah. I want to pass my command to the zombie to say, listen to what the bucket tells him, and then let Bucky pass commands vicariously to the Zombo.
Okay, so you watch this unfold as a weak arcane glow of purples and greens engulf Bucky. Just about visible to Sharid, Oscar, and M. And after a few moments, nothing happens.
What if you just tell me if you want to move anything, and I'll get Zombo to follow your orders.
And then a few moments later, you hear the voice in your head. "Master Sharid, I would be perfectly comfortable just following you around."
Okay, well, we'll do that for now. But let me know if you want to do anything. If you're ever interested in doing something, just let me know, and Zombo will follow.
Then you hear the voice. "Affirmative, sir."
Okay, that's all.
And you hear nothing else. Okay, so you guys are in the big city of Tamont. What do you want to do? Capo, let's start with you.
Is there any temples?
There are several temples, actually.
Is there a way for me to get a bit of an overview of what I might find where within the city?
Not from just looking around. You didn't see any, but you believe there must be at least one temple in this city. You would need to probably ask somebody.
Okay, I might make my way into the tavern for now then. Unless we are planning to all talk to your man first together. We should probably decide whether or not we do that first or not.
I'm down to go to the library with Sharid. That's my vote.
But not to browse, but to talk to...
Yeah.
Vitus.
Okay. Are you all in agreement that you're all doing that?
Maybe.
Okay, let's do that first then.
Alright, it sounds like everyone's doing that. So you guys make your way across the city on foot. It's a large city. This is a big place, and it takes you a fair amount of time to traverse from one side to the other, making your way into the for lack of a better description, the more academic quarter of Tamont. You are eventually, after passing through multiple streets and rounding many corners, being absolutely swamped by various street vendors all hawking their various wares, some souvenirs, various street foods. You eventually make your way into much cleaner, much wider streets. It looks as if there are various universities that surround you. Much more larger and more refined buildings begin to become the norm as you travel. The usual din of the crowd starts to die down, is replaced more by idle chatting and whispers, and you start to notice that the folk around you are all wearing various robes of different colour and design. A lot of purples, a few greens, and catching your eye once or twice is a red robe. And you eventually make your way to the building that you could see all the way in the distance when you first entered the city, which is the interestingly large building with the purple shimmering roof. And as you approach the double wooden doors, a old man greets you at its entrance. He's wearing the same purple robes you've seen, but with a bright gold trim that tracks pretty much everywhere in various arcane patterns. His left shoulder having the most decorative patterns, and he's got a long white beard, and his eyes look sunken, and he seems tired, and he looks up to greet you as his hands are poised together in his robes, and he looks upon the party and says, "Welcome to the Arcane Archive. What is it that I can do for you today?"
We are here to see Vitus. He is, in fact, here.
He says, Vitus, he's the one with the horns.
The tiefling, that would be right.
Ah, tiefling, of course. Yes, I believe he is in the Arcane Archives, but I must ask that you provide some kind of credentials in order to enter. It's the Arcane Archives, as of late, are off limits to the general public. You see,
pulls out the pin,
and he looks.
You're all welcome, by the way.
He looks at the pin and he recoils a little. And he takes a moment to steady himself and says, "Oh, I do apologise, but unfortunately, I cannot let you into the Arcane Archives at this time. I will, however, send one of my helpers to retrieve Mr. Larney for you. I cannot be having another disruption the likes of that man in my library."
That doesn't surprise me.
So it's basically click and collect. I'm down with that. Grand.
And you guys stand in the entranceway to the Arcane Archives, and the old man shuffles you to one side so that you're not blocking the throughway. And after a good 15 to 20 minutes, eventually you catch sight of Vitus being led down the hall towards you by a much younger-looking scholar. And he catches sight of you as he walks towards you and says, "Oh, Pathfinders, I hadn't expected to see you here at all, really. How did you know I was in the archives?"
John told us.
Oh, John has returned, has he?
Not quite.
No, there's been a lot of stuff that's happened. We're kind of, well, you can see we're a bit worse for wear at the minute.
What do you mean, not quite?
He's probably still fighting.
Fighting? And he
sit down somewhere and
he takes a small coin pouch from his sleeve and places it in the hands of the old man, and says to him, just leave. You catch just the tail end of his whispers, like, "And keep the books open for me. Do not let anyone take my desk. I am not finished researching. I will be back."
Oh, big mood.
And he hurries out of the archives to greet you proper and says, "Come, we have a room at a nearby tavern that John wanted to use. Tell me everything." And he hurries you along, and you find yourself at a much nicer tavern, at least from the outside, than the Drunken Duck. The signage above the door highlighting it as the Red Mullet.
Yes.
Gashor inexplicably shudders.
Gasha, what's wrong? Have you been here before?
No, don't know. It seems familiar, but I don't know why.
Yeah, looks like the door
For some
is
reason, I miss
new.
Kevlin.
Yeah, where is Kevlan? What happened?
As you approach the Red Mullet, following Vitus, the aroma of freshly fried fish hits your nostrils, and other scents of fried foods waft through the air. From the outside, the tavern itself is very well kept. It's got very old but maintained brocade along the edges, and it's a damn sight finer than any of the other standard non-university buildings that you've seen in Tmont thus far. As you enter, the hearth burns away, creating a nice, cozy, warm atmosphere, and only 2 or 3 patrons currently sit in the tavern, quietly drinking in the middle of the day. All 3 of them wearing different coloured robes and sat separate from one another. And Vitus pulls you into a alcove in the tavern, a small table that just about seats all of you if you're huddled together. And in a hushed voice, he says, "Okay, give me the quick version. What happened? And keep your voices low. No one knows why we're here."
quick version. We arrived in Fontaine, found a very unfortunate situation where the cathedral seemingly had just been taken over as breeding grounds for the Riss rather. Managed, not in the most efficient way, but with some help to smoke them out. Ran into Jorn afterwards. Made our way towards the mount and got ambushed by Riss. Don't know if I can say that. At which point he told us to haul ass.
So as usual, while Capo's talking, Vitus has pulled out his usual notebook, and he's scribbling notes down. And as Capo's talking, he manages to get all the details down perfectly, but his attention seems to be split, to say the least, as he looks across to Rebecca and Solgra, and he raises an eyebrow, questioningly, and says,
I'll let Capo explain first, and then we'll get on to...
And his eyes dart back to Capo, and he's still writing as Capo is talking.
So we got ambushed on the road over here. Jorn very heroically took. What am I trying to say here? Well, we tried to make our escape, managed to do some damage to them. Jorn told us to make our way to the city as soon as possible while he continued to fight them off. Is what it boils down to.
And he finishes writing. So Jorn is still out there.
Yes.
And he sort of sits back in shock. You can't tell if he's reeling from the information or plotting, but something clearly weighs heavy on the mind of the tiefling. And he's, after a few moments of silence, he's eventually brought back to the present. He looks again at Rebecca and Solgra, and says, "I'm sorry, I can't focus. What is this about?"
She's the one survivor from Fontaine.
And his eyes widen as he looks closer at Rebecca and starts to take in all of her details. This child survived?
Surprisingly, but it seems that John is able to help us out with keeping her safe. I was wondering if you could maybe set up a portal to Fort Dondergard, by which I can send her through, and I will be also going to have a quick chat with Castle Guard and the blacksmith.
And he nods at you and says, "Of course, you know how to reach me once you wish to return." And he looks down at Rebecca and places a hand on her shoulder. She squeezes Solgra's hand very tightly, looking up at the tiefling, and he says, "Don't be afraid, child. You have survived worse than me. And think you are very brave. I should love to hear the stories one day." And he looks back up at you and says, "And why Fort Dondergod?"
I trust the people there.
He nods. "Very well. It's a fairly well-reasoned decision, Solgra."
There is something I'd like to do first, however.
"Of course. Let me know when the time comes." And he looks across to the rest of the party, seeing how much worse for wear you all really are, as he takes some time to appreciate he hasn't seen any of you in a long time. And he looks at Oscar and says, "I'm glad to see you made it in one piece. How are you finding the party?"
I mean, they do have an obsession with a bucket, and I am beginning to see it. So, I mean, if that tells you anything, yeah, it is definitely an adventure, one the likes of which I have never seen.
Vitas just shakes his head, and under his breath says, "John surely knows how to pick them."
I decide not to take that as an insult. And I also decide, not to let the rest of the party know that he said that and that I heard that.
Vitas at this point is not afraid of insulting the party in some way, shape, or form. He feels like it's become the dynamic now. He says, he says to the party, I do not know if you have lodgings in the city yet, but John has paid a considerable fee to book out all of the rooms in this tavern for himself. That should come as no surprise to any of you. So, feel free to make use of them. I, meanwhile, must return to the archives. I have further research to do which may aid us in our quest against the Ebon Death, although I am concerned about John.
Can you take me with you to the library?
And he smirks a little and says, perhaps. I imagine you didn't get far showing the pin of John's face to the proprietor.
No, it seems like the enemy of knowledge has made an enemy of knowledge.
Quite. You wouldn't believe what got him banned, though. And Vitus chuckles to himself quite a lot, and then catches himself and quiets down. Says, what would you imagine that John would have gotten himself kicked out of a library for?
Stealing phallic barbarian volumes?
And he laughs like, no, you're very far off the mark on that one.
Did he forget to return a book?
No, he leans and says, I'll give you a hint. The library has a policy on food and drink.
Ah.
I believe the actual incident that got him kicked out was, he was wandering the non-fiction aisles, drinking a mead and eating greasy fried foods while yelling at anyone in earshot, asking why there weren't more tales of the glorious Order of the Sacred Flame.
And he's dead right.
And he chuckles to himself and says, I'm not sure John's aware that they call them a different name in this continent. And that says, the irony being he was stood next to an entire section dedicated to him at the time. And in a rare display of mirth, you see Vitus begin cackling to himself before he manages to get control. And quite says like, well, yes, it really was rather quite amusing. At least they didn't kick me out as well.
So what do they call the Order of the Sacred Flame over here?
And he says aloud a word in what you imagine to be celestial. And anyone that would know the word will have it translated in their minds for them already. But Vita says, it roughly translates into Pathfinders, believe it or not.
Can you, because my character knows Celestial, can you send me the actual word?
Yeah,
No?
I'll send it later, yeah. Does anyone else know Celestial, or is it just Gershaw? Cool, I'll send you that word across later. And says, so Vita says, yes, I believe I've been away from the research for too long now. I shall have to return and resume. Yes, sir?
Can I come with you guys? Not to the library, just walk you out.
Yep, of course. Before anyone has a chance to do anything or stand up, even Vitus has to move, the door of the tavern swings open with a boom and smashes against the wall. And in tumbles a very bloody barbarian as he face plants the ground. You hear, muffled from the floorboards, I'm back!
Is Kevlan with him?
The barbarian is alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk over and throw some better berries at him.
He just kind of like eats them off of the floor as you push them towards where his mouth is. You can hear him chewing, and his eyes sort of venture up to the party as his face is still against the floorboards. The other patrons and bar staff are looking on in abject horror at the sight of the barbarian, and you just hear him again against floorboards. Thanks, Reed. Appreciate it.
And 19 health for him.
He pulls himself off the ground, and you get a good look at his injuries. There are deep gashes and cuts all over his body where his armor has been separated in places. His right arm hangs limply, and his His greatsword is just dragged behind him in his left hand, and but he gives you a trademark John grin, despite the fact that he's got a swollen black eye, and says, "Made it."
I get a drink for Jean and just like pour it into his face.
He drinks it as best as he can. He's just suffering at the glass, and at one point, like, he grabs it with his teeth and just knocks the whole glass back, and then sort of drops it in front of him, and he says, "Oh, I needed that."
I'm gonna uncork one of my ornate boom juice flasks.
At this, John perks up, and he goes, "Oh."
I'll just like, I'll guide the mouth of the vial over to him, and just like latch it between his teeth.
And he downs the entire vial in a single go, and tries his best while stumbling to drop the vial on the table out of his mouth. As he slumps against the nearest open chair, his head rolls back, and he just says, "Oh, that hurt." Can everyone roll a perception check for me, please?
Yep.
Can...
No, hang on.
18.
Wrong one.
17.
Oh, fuck.
Your natural 20 is still a 19.
Oh, man.
Dude, these rolls.
They're looking good.
Okay, so Solgra,
Nice.
you notice in the commotion of Jorn entering the tavern, everyone else's attention squarely placed on Jorn. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot it for a moment. You see Vitus's expression change to one of absolute joy for just a moment, and he looks almost as if he's going to tear up for a second before he regains his composure. But you're the only one that kind of spots this reaction that Vitus gives once he sees that John is in fact alive.
And I, like, shuffle over it to him and just kind of place my hand on his shoulder and say, "You really think that would have killed him?"
And he gives you a weak smile for a second and manages to maintain his stoic composure and says, "A year ago, I would never have believed it, but these days, he gets weaker. I'm concerned this journey may well be the end of him. You know him as well as I do, Solgra. He won't back down from the kinds of fights he used to have." John, meanwhile, is starting to laugh to himself in his chair, and he goes, "Oh, Birdman, that boom juice is so good!"
I kind of ruffle my feathers happily.
So, John drunkenly pulls himself together, and he says to the boy, "Squeamish ones, best look away now," and without giving anyone a chance to actually turn away, he grabs his shoulder and like shoves it back in its socket, and you hear the bone crunches as he literally pulls himself back together, and he rotates his shoulders like, "Oh, that's also so much better." And then he grins up at the party, eye still looking absolutely gnarly, but he grins all the same. It's like, "I'm glad to see you all made it." And then he counts you out, like, "Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Weren't there more of you?"
Yeah, where is Kevlan, guys?
Technically, yes.
I
I don't know what
threw him
happened.
out
I
of the
saw
back.
him flying out of the cart.
He just
And
threw
why was he
himself
flying
out.
out of the cart?
Because I threw him.
Why?
He was already
You-
dead, right? Right?
Yes. You did not see what me and Sharid saw.
Which was...
So, Were none of you gonna mention that he had warlock powers to me?
I mean, he did the thing that Caporius did, and we like Caporius.
That's true.
I have
Like
nothing to do with this. So.
Caporius. And at this present moment, Caporius is on my shit list because that's the second time I've been burnt by a fucking warlock.
With that, John stares daggers at Caporius and said, "You burned her?" Then he looks at Solgar and is like, "Don't kill him. Don't kill him. We need him. Don't kill him."
If it makes you feel better, he burned all of us.
Like, oh, that's fair.
Me.
That's
Well,
totally
not all
fair.
Of us.
I burned me
Some
too.
of you.
Like, what's a good burning between friends? And he gives Solgar a weak smile. He's like, please don't kill him. Please don't kill him.
Well, it turns out that our friend started chanting weird shit. And his eyes started glowing.
And so you proceed to yeet.
And John leans in on the table and says, quick question. Was he sober? Because I'm pretty sure that happens to me about 25 pints in. And he looks across to Vitus for confirmation, and Vitus is like, not the glowing eyes, John, just the chanting the weird shit. And John goes, oh, okay, and leans back.
He might have been possessed by Idal and Redite simultaneously. Maybe. No confirmation on this, but
And
Vitus look around guiltily.
Vitus leans in and says, Redite? And he looks across at...
Yeah.
Vitus doesn't know anything.
So funny thing.
He looks at John and then looks back at you and says, but Redite isn't known for possession. In fact, Redite very rarely cares about anyone who isn't a sword-wielding maniac.
Haha, so funny thing. You might find this just as funny as the obelisk.
Vitus takes a deep breath.
Right. So long story on the cathedral thing. We had a very important bucket to protect, and so we asked this apparently very powerful sorcerer to protect the bucket at all costs. Oh, Rebecca was there too, but the bucket was safe, so that's really what matters. Anyways, so right at all costs to protect the bucket, he might have taken down a whole wave of wrist slayers and died in the process. Become glorified as a hero and died. Got to Redite's place. I ran over and revived him. Don't ask. And he came back with 2 passengers. One of them was good. One of them was probably the evil god of the wrist slayers. And now he is yeeted and taken away by a wrist slayer. Location to be determined. Maybe dead. Maybe not. Who knows? But haha, funny story, right?
Vitus just stares at you, mouth agape, just unable to speak. And eventually, after a few moments of silence, he just says, "What?"
Yeah, I knew you would like this story. So, anyways, I'm gonna. How about that library?
He just looks at John and just again says, "What?" And Jordan looks at Vitus and just goes, "I saw some of it. It's probably right." And Vitus is just confused beyond belief. I have so much more research to be doing now.
Oh, and we got this flame cannon thing. Just, yeah.
And Vitus looks at the flame cannon and says, "Those I have seen before. Rarely, but I'm aware of those.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Dragging someone back from Redite's domain, however, may well be a feat unheard of in our entire history. and you can see him just kind of crumbling a little bit with that knowledge.
Good berries are, I mean, they're pretty good.
Oh,
It says, "Me and you, Sharid, we have some talking to do with the archive."
Off to the library.
So,
Can I come?
So Vetus stands and shuffles around John, patting John on the shoulder as he passes, and both Sharid and Em stand and join him as he heads towards the door. While this is going on, I will deal with everyone else in a moment, but first, in your mind, Corporeus, you hear a thunderous voice. It echoes so loudly in your brain that it rattles you, and you hear it from the depths of your soul. Corporeus, I must speak with you.
I think back, yes.
Like,
Well, I suppose I think, yes.
he says, outside the city, there is a temple to my glory. Pray there. And a thunderclap resides through your mind, and the sound of flames burn in your brain, and then all is gone.
I'm not out of character.
We got to do the eating.
I do not relay this information with the party. Move on to the next person, please.
So, Solgra, what are your plans in Vermont while everyone else goes to the library, or everyone else hasn't had a chance to decide what they're doing yet?
I am going to go find a menagerie.
Okay.
I'm also going to put my pin on because I saw the way that the guard looked at me when he looked in the carriage.
John sees you putting the pin on, and he smiles broadly at seeing his own face as a pin. And
Can I reply with, "Fuck off, John"?
he leans back, drinking another pint. The bar staff are currently bringing him more and more drinks. They clearly know what's going on with John staying here, and he drinks 2 or 3 and looks at you and still continues. He's like, no, it's very fashionable.
One day I will take you down.
He says, maybe, especially if you're wearing that pin. It's very nice.
I'm just gonna cold shoulder him and walk out. With Rebecca.
And he chuckles and yells out to you. He's leaving. Don't get lost. It's a big city. Okay, so that leaves us with Gershaw, Fanny Boss, and Oscar. So, Fanny Boss, what are you up to in the city? What are your plans?
Drink.
John has already got you pegged, and like in front of you, you found that there's already 3 waiting pints that he's sort of shoved towards you on the table. He just sort of grins at you and says, "Drake."
Yep.
Gershaw, what are your plans?
There are many things in this city, but for now, I don't really have any plans, so I guess
With us if you want.
I could do, yeah. Although I still feel like I'm just sort of like carrying around this Ghostbuster style flamethrower, like walking around. So I'm just gonna like put the pin on as well, just to try and like give me some form of authority, I guess. So that if the guards ask, then I'm an adventurer and this is my kit, you know, like don't ask, don't tell sort of thing.
John sees you putting the pin on as well, and he sort of finger guns and winks at you. He's like, nice.
I sort of like.
You can tell that he's very, very happy and very amused to see a few people in the Pathfinders wearing a pin with his face on it. He seems to be deriving a whole lot of amusement from it so far.
Yeah. I'll head with them.
Okay, and Oscar, what are your plans while you're here in Tamont for the immediate future?
For the immediate future, I don't know. Sorry. I have no words.
Do you want to go with either of the groups that have gone somewhere, stay around and drink, or do you want to go explore and do something yourself?
I might stick around and have a few jars. Yeah.
So like,
I'm enticed by the promise of a bit of just a nice night, you know.
So you can already see John and Fanny Boss are making their way through the pints at speed. John notices that you're looking at the two of them, and out of a pile of full pints in the middle of the table, he sort of like pushes his arm through to separate them, and pushes 4 or 5 in your direction, in front of you, and says, "Welcome to the party."
Cheers.
And John raises his glass and clinks it against yours and Fanny Boss's, and then immediately downs everything before grabbing another glass. Says, "This is going to be fun."
I return the clink.
So, Em and Shareed are with Vetus.
Before I go anywhere, can I check who has the things for my crossbows? Because I don't have them in my inventory.
I do.
Can I have them? So I might as well go around a bit.
I'll send you a DM with the details.
Thank you. But yeah, that's not something that I need like in the immediate.
Cool.
As we leave the tavern, I want to ask Bucky if he wants to come to the library.
And you hear a very quick reply in your mind of, "Oh, yes, Master Shreed, I would greatly enjoy visiting the Home of Knowledge."
Nice.
I want to just hang out in the tavern a bit until people have started going their own ways, / becoming ridiculously drunk at hilariously early points, before I make my way out. And oh, that's the headphones. I can't hear you guys. And start my way over towards the edge of the city, and we're back. Sorry about that.
Don't break them.
I'm trying my best.
We could say anything we wanted about it.
Yeah,
I'm back.
we totally didn't say anything about Kappa.
What? I didn't say
No.
anything. What?
Okay, so
Evil thing.
And so M, Shareed, and Vetus are making their way to the archives. And as you approach the door, are you going all the way to the archives with them?
I want to talk to Vitus. I don't care about the archives.
Okay, so while you're walking,
For now.
do you want to get his attention to speak to him alone, or you want to talk to him while Shareed's nearby?
Sharid is fine. I like Sharid.
Okay, so there's some idle chatter as you walk. Vetus is kind of making a bit of small talk with you guys. And it's going to be... You're not walking at the fast pace that you were when you went to the tavern, so it's more of an idle, chilled out walk.
Okay, so Vitus, can I talk to you for a second?
And he side-eyes you while you walk and says, "Of course."
Okay, good. I think I've done something. But I also think I haven't done something.
And he stops walking
And I
turns to you.
know that you know, because you were a bit sus at some point.
He says, "What are you referring to?"
The catacombs.
What about the catacombs?
What about the catacombs, Vitus?
I remember you relayed a lot of information when you came back. You'll have to be more specific than that.
I saw that look.
What look?
Yeah. What? We had a moment there. Oh my god. I saw you looking at me like, I know. What do you know?
This is out of character. I know as DM what you're trying to ask, but Vitas has no idea what you're getting at. Okay.
Why was he looking at me like that then?
Because you've been raising this whole, like, you're a bit suspicious, and the catacombs, and there was a lot of things that happened at the catacombs, and you told him a lot of things about the catacombs.
Well, but how does he not know what I'm trying to get at? Is he playing dumb? Do I need to intimidate him?
No, just maybe ask him more directly what you're trying to get at.
So, you know how we got out of the catacombs?
And he thinks back and then takes his notebook out of his pocket again, flips back to the catacombs and says, "You didn't mention that you specifically knew how you got out of the catacombs. You told me that you reappeared above the catacombs. Sharid, fortunately being able to fly, reappeared several hundred feet above the ground level of the catacombs. That was shortly before, before you met Krinoa."
Sorry, with the... I'm not hitting on Vitus. Just for everyone else that is in the DMs. I'm just gonna ignore the DMs.
That's fine.
Do your thing, have a laugh.
He relays that to you. So, yeah, you
I
mentioned...
saved your fucking ass, by the way. You're welcome. Keep your DMs going. So, Vitus. Yeah. There was a portal in the catacombs.
Yes, when we went with John, we never found the portal. We found the room the portal may have been in, but nothing active at the time.
Yeah. But there might have been another one. Which I think I found to go home. And I think I used that when the race were coming towards us.
It clicks in his mind in that moment as he's looking at you. Like, are you trying to insinuate you travelled through the Feywild?
I don't know, because we weren't supposed to be back, like, straight away and like that. So I want to know what happened.
And he asks you, how many times have you travelled between the material and the Fey?
That was probably the first one since I've been here.
He says, interesting. I had assumed from the way that you all told the story and recounted it that it was more of a divine intervention by Krinoa, but if you did in fact take them through the Feywild rather than Krinoa's intervention, this could change many readings of the prophecy. I may have been researching the wrong text this entire time.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm sure there was something else, though, because it kind of didn't feel right.
You can see the look of concern spread across his face as you tell him. He says, I don't as of yet know what this could mean for the prophecy.
Am I the chosen one, Vitus?
He looks at you and he gives you a sort of a mirthful smirk and says, I suppose all of the Pathfinders are the chosen one in a sense.
But am I more chosen than the others?
That is to be seen, I suppose.
Okay, that's fine. That was a joke, by the way. But yeah, if you can have a look and let me know, because I might want to go home at some point, and it might be helpful.
Of course.
To have an escape plan.
I will broaden my research in the library and see what I can come across.
That's perfect. Thank you. Have fun. Bye. And I go because I've got a shit ton of stuff to do in this city.
And you just sort of vanish and walk away after the conversation, like, abruptly, and Vitas is just left like, okay. He turns to look at Sharid and is like, does this happen often?
Threw me in the air?
Then he shrugs and says, maybe?
Yeah,
he leans into you and says conspiratorially, I'm starting to think the accuracy of the accounts of the Pathfinders leave a lot to be desired.
We're not very smart.
No. Says, let's rectify that.
I have a huge passive perception. Can I hear that?
Oh, you can hear that, yeah.
Can I walk back?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, I'm like, Vitus, what did you just say? Do you mind saying that to my face now? Because I'm technically still in summer because I haven't rested in ages. So if I miss this step, he takes 1 point of damage right now.
He looks at you and says, I said nothing at all. And he looks to Sharid for confirmation.
Zombo nods.
Zombo nods.
Can I intimidate Sharid?
And Vita says, see, of course, our headless friend here with no way of hearing us definitely agrees with my statements that I just said. And he quickly turns and begins to walk towards the archive.
I whisper, Vitus, I'll fucking stab you if you say that again. Can I hug Zombo on my way out?
I mean, you could.
Sharid, can I hug Zombo?
You have to ask Zombo.
Zombo, can I hug you?
Zombo stands inanimately, arms out. Sort of
I'll
not
try and
moving.
give him a quick hug and then go.
It's very dangerous. These things have got huge claws, like steel claws
It's okay,
on them.
Bucky's in the driver's seat. He wouldn't cause any of us harm.
But yeah, I'm trying to avoid the claws.
If anything, I think you're in the driver's seat, Sharid.
Well, let's say me and Bucky are a singular collective entity.
Okay, so reaching the library eventually, Sharid and Vitus come across the old man from before, and Vitus wanders up the steps towards him and says, I trust no one has removed any of my materials. And the old man says, no, of course not, feel free to return to your station. And he looks across at Sharid and says, didn't I say that you weren't allowed in?
Well, I have a good berry with your name on it.
And Vitus also turns to the old man as you're offering him the good berry and says, I can assure you this one is nothing like the big man. And says, I will bring him in as my guest, and I swear he will behave himself. And the old man nods, says, very well, on your head be it. And he takes the good berry from Sharid and pockets it. Says, I'll enjoy this later. And with that, he lets the two of you pass and enter into the archive.
What is Zombo Bucky doing at this moment?
So Zombo's been following you at this point, and the old man very rightly gets stricken with fear as he turns to look at Zombo and says to you, like, you can't take that in there. No. Zombo's still slowly walking forward, following several paces behind Sharid. He says, Sir, please, your pet thing.
Oh, Zombo, wait for a second.
And Zombo stops moving, like remains perfectly frozen and still as you say stop.
Could you stand by the door near our new friend and keep him company for a bit? We need to go inside without you.
And Zombo steps to the side of the door frame and raises itself to its full 7.5 foot height, minus its head, standing to attention. And the old man looks up at it and it says, would you mind making him stand a bit further away, please?
Okay. Oh, Zombo, could you like take a seat, maybe 5 feet away? Our friend will warm up to you, but not now.
Zombo takes one huge stride backwards and crouches down. And the old man looks and says, I'm not sure I like that any better, to be honest.
He's friendly. Don't worry about it. You'll like him.
You can see a bead of sweat running down his forehead now as he looks at you, and he's like, I swear, this job does not pay enough.
Anyways, I retrieve Bucky and I put Zombo's cloak over top of his bunny ears again.
The old man is definitely like side-eyeing it, and he keeps greeting a few people that walk past to enter the library, and every once in a while just stares back over at the immoving Zombo out of fear. I don't like this at all. So you and Vitus enter the archives, and Vitus leads you deep into the labyrinth of bookshelves. And looking up as you enter the main hall of the library, you can see that it's 4 or 5 stories tall, and every wall lined with bookshelves, full of various dusty tomes. The ground level, like a maze or a catacomb in its own right, of bookshelves. Various scholarly and wizardly looking men and women bustle around collecting books, either restacking them or adding them to piles of their own for research. And you can see in the very centre of the Arcane Archive, in a circle in the middle, is a large open space filled to the brim with small writing desks. Many of them already occupied by people studying or writing books themselves. And Vitus drags you over to his workstation, which is currently comprised of 4 or 5 workbenches pushed together, splattered with all manner of tomes and writings and diagrams all around. He says, he looks at you and says, I must continue with my research and make as much ground as possible. I'm not sure why you insist on coming to the library, but whatever it is you wish to research, if you promise me you'll be on your best behaviour, unlike John, I'll leave you to it.
I hold Bucky and give him a thumbs up.
And Vitus nods at you, and you can't make out too many emotions on his stoic face, but you get the idea that he's probably praying internally that you won't embarrass him or get him kicked out. And under his breath, as you walk away into the stacks of books, you can just hear Vita say, "By Luna's grace, I hope I've not made a mistake." Alright, so I'll let you wander the library and you can determine what you're going to be doing here while we move on to Capo.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm making my way to the edge of town. Just a healthy stroll.
Okay, so are you leaving via the main gate, or are you staying within the walled city?
I make for the main gate.
As you make your way to the gate, the same guard that you ran into earlier, who stops the party on their way in, he spots you. You're not difficult to spot as a rather large dragonborn in a city of majority humans. And he sees that you're making for the exit, and he intercepts you and says, "Now why would a dragonborn like you be heading outside of the city walls without your friends?"
I hear there's a temple nearby the city. I was wondering if you could point me in the right direction.
And he sort of snorts and says, "Temple? Ah," and he makes the connection in his mind. He's like, "More of a ruin, if you ask me. It's from the before times. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing it, Dragonborn, it's a 20-minute walk around the outside of the city clockwise. Oh, you'll spot it. Big carving of a dragon jutting out through the dirt." He says,
"Much obliged." And I walk away.
And he says, as you leave, he says, "Make sure you don't lose that pin of yours."
Thank you. Continues outwards.
Okay, so you walk around the edge of the city, and as he told you, it doesn't take any more than about 20 minutes before you see it. About 500-600 yards, feet away from the city wall itself proper, is a sunken mass of dirt. And you can see in the center of it is in fact a tall carving, a stone carving of a large dragon atop it, and it gives away the location of a roof. You can see that there's probably enough room around there to sort of dig out a path to actually enter this temple that has clearly been buried.
Okay, I make my way towards the roof, see if I can find an actual entrance.
Yeah. See, you find an actual entrance. It is half buried, so you'll have to kick the dirt in or dig it out a little bit. it shows that no one has been here, especially not of your size, in a very, very long time. But eventually you are able to see your way through. It's very dark inside as you descend spiral stairs taking you deep below the earth. And you have a torch on you?
I can cast light, and I will cast light on... Do I have any other objects, actually? Can I cast light on my cloak?
Yes.
I shall do that.
Okay, so using your light-emitting cloak, you descend 3 stories of stairs, taking you deep into the earth. Much of the temple that surrounds you lies in ruins, stone crumbling. But when you pass through into the main antechamber, you find a lot of it is well preserved. Despite roots and vines growing through the walls and across the ceiling, your cloak's light gleams off of gemstones that are embedded in the walls, and your attention is caught by the far wall. The various gems and metals make up a mural on the wall of the platinum dragon Bahamut.
I make my way towards the far wall, and I speak out. I say, "I am here."
And the temple rumbles as a thrum ascends from the depths under you, and you see a portal form in front of you, extending from the wall as the energies swirl around it. On the other side, you can see a star field, like swirling patterns of purples and blues make up the background, and you see the silhouette of a rather large dragon on the other side. And you hear the deep voice, "Corporius, step through."
I do so.
So you step through, and the portal shuts and closes behind you, and you find yourself in a vast sea of stars. And now that you're entered into this realm, you can see clearly in front of you is the large platinum form of Bahamut himself, as his head lowers down to meet you, as wisps of flame fly from his nose and his teeth. He snarls and says, "You have proven yourself worthy, Corporius. What of Idal do you know?"
I am attaining knowledge, little by little, piecing pieces together. I know he is the jester, or portrayed as a jester. I know he's up to no good, although I do not know what.
And Bahamut's head swings in a wide, exaggerated nod. He says, Good, you are learning, but you must learn faster. The end of all things is upon us, and it is your destiny to be my agent in this war."
What will you have me do?
It says, "Corporius, it is you who shall slay Idal. But not yet. You have neither the power nor the means. For now, help the one they call Thunder God. He will lead you to what you must seek."
Very well. That I can do.
And the portal swirls open suddenly behind you. And he says, "You know the tenets of Bahamut. Bring back my glory to your people. See that they remove Tiamat from their worships. That will set you on the path. Now begone, I send with you a portion of my power. And before you even have a chance to step, you are pushed by an invisible force through the portal as it swirls closed immediately behind you, leaving you in the darkened antechamber of the temple with only the light of your cloak.
Alright. Can I have a good look around the room while I'm here?
Of course. Looking around the room, you see, while taking time to study it, Bahamut isn't the only mural on the wall, it's just the most prominent. It is, it takes up the entire wall, but in other sections of the temple as you walk around, you find other smaller murals depicting various other dragons. You probably know this from your upbringing to a degree, but you can see that all of the what you would consider good dragons, or at least less evil dragons, are all depicted with various gemstones and metals. Platinum, of course, always denoting Bahamut. And you can see various colours used for other dragons that are just that are done with sort of powdered paint slapped against the wall. Each of the dragons of a chromatic colour appear to be hastily drawn, or at least deliberately drawn as chaotic figures, not staying within the lines, as it were. You can depict, some of the murals depict some dragon history that you're aware of, fables of the rise of both Bahamut and Tiamat, the five-headed dragon goddess, who is known to be the destroyer of all things in some degree, in some occasion. At least as far as dragons are concerned, she's a bad dragon. And you can see that there is a mural depicting a almighty fight between Tiamat and Bahamut. Although many of the rest of the walls are either too overgrown in vines or have been crumbled and destroyed to make out the remaining murals that would go past that point.
Okay.
You are shocked to find that a lot of these gemstones and valuable metals used to depict these murals haven't been desecrated or stolen, considering its proximity to Tamont.
Is there any magical energy other than, the obvious portal that just...
You sensed some when you first entered, but it has since dissipated. You think this might be deliberate on Bahamut's part.
I guess sort of protection if the guard just called it ruins. Presumably he'd not be interested to look twice.
You get a sense that you might be correct with that assumption.
Okay. I will make my way back out.
Okay, so you ascend the stairs from whence you came, and upon reaching the outdoors again, after you've stepped a few paces away from the temple, you turn to find the dragon carving is gone, and the top of the ruins seem so much more crumbled than they had when you first entered them, and significantly harder to see where an entrance might be as well. It seems to have been covered over.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. Well, I suppose there's not much more for me to do at this point here rather than make back for the city.
Okay, so as you head back to the city, the guard asks for your... same guard, he knows you, and yet he makes a point of asking for your credentials, for your PIN as you enter. And once he sees it, he says, just making sure, and lets you in. Okay, so you're back in the city, and I want to jump across now to Solgra. What are you, Gershaw, and Rebecca up to? Since you seem to be leading this little excursion.
We are looking for some sort of menagerie or pet shop, as it were. Like, pointing out through all the, looking through all of the signs throughout the streets and the shops, looking for something that may resemble.
So as you're walking around the city, you're getting a few odd looks from people in the wealthier sort of academic quarter of the city. But as you enter back into the slummier parts of Timon, no one's really giving you a second look. It's here that you see a few more sort of the minority races in Timons. Obviously, you've seen the goblins already, but you spot a few others. The most interesting to you at a distance is a Goliath, which you've never seen before but heard tales of. And this dude towers over even you, standing about 8.5 feet tall, and you can see that he's stood at a stall currently vending some kind of unknown meat on a stick.
I kind of lean over to Gershar and nudge him and say, "Can you imagine fighting that?" I just kind of get lost for a second.
I can, and I can imagine it not going great, but it'd be cool.
So looking up at him, you can see that he's shirtless, and his entire face and upper torso are covered in various markings. You can't tell whether they're tattoos, or if they're just skin discoloration, or maybe some sort of paint that he's put on his body, but it gives him a very warrior look. And you can hear him over the din of the rest of the crowd as he holds aloft meat on a stick, while he has a grill making more. And Fred says, "Meat! 5 silver!" And he just repeats it over and over again. Anyone that comes even close, he's shoving the meat towards, 5 silver! Meat on a stick! Take it, leave it!
Tell you what, I'll take 2, mate.
And he grabs 2. he grabs the third one. He's like, "Excellent! Sticks with meat!" And he puts his hand out to take the money off you.
Alright, I'll give him 2 gold pieces and say keep the change.
And he takes it off of you and grins and gives you a 4th and a 5th stick of meat extra and says, "Keep the sticks."
Thanks, man.
And he says,
Sorry, I'm losing my shit. I can't believe you've done this for me.
Oh, yeah, you didn't think this was going to happen?
Oh, that's brilliant. No. Out of character. I really have a thing for food on sticks. I don't know why.
We've been talking about it all week.
I'm talking about it all week.
You put food on a stick, it's instantly better.
Anyway.
Which is clear because this Goliath is doing much better business than the dwarf next to him, who's just selling meat with no stick. No one wants stickless meat. They want the meat on the stick.
I mean, how is he meant to hold the meat? You know what I mean? It's
he's not. That's what the Goliath keeps saying.
Let's see. That's what I'm saying. I just sort of look at the dwarf and I'm like, dude, you need sticks.
And the dwarf looks up at you saying that. He's like, "At least my meat is identifiable."
This is 2. Guess why? On a fucking stick.
Sorry, I was watching Russell's face for that one.
I pass one down to Rebecca.
She takes it off of you happily and starts eating it. Sorry, was that not good, Russ?
No comment on that one.
What? It's a dwarven accent. It's not meant to be a worldly accent. It's a fantasy race.
Could tell.
I haven't practiced it whatsoever.
So we carry on walking through, looking for places.
I mean, I thought I'd give you a perfect opportunity to ask anybody for directions there.
Oh, I go back to the Goliath. Do you know where there's a pet shop around here, mate?
Hey, he looks down at you. He's towering over you and says, "There's a few. Depends what you want."
Like small pet
I was thinking more alongside, like, dog size.
Oh yeah, dog-sized pets.
Dog-sized pets. They'll not have their bit rich quarter. No, they don't. They don't like pets bigger than. And he holds his hand up. He's like, "Dog's bigger than that, right?" And his hands are about this far apart.
Yeah, we'll look elsewhere for that. But thank you very much, mate.
No, you misunderstand me. You won't find any rich quarter. Go down this street, turn your second left, follow that for 10 minutes, turn for your second right, ask for Bob at end of street, tell him that, I didn't have a name for this guy. Tell him Gol sent you.
Who?
Tell him Gol sent you.
Gol.
Thanks,
Gol.
Like, he'll show you some interesting critters.
Alright, we make our way to Bob. Dodgy vendor, Bob.
So you guys, you follow the directions, and you end up at a very, very ramshackle sort of house that stands apart from all the other houses on that row. It's very strange looking. It looks almost older than the city itself. And as you approach the door, the slat in the door opens up quickly, and you see an eye peering out at you, and it says, "What do you want?"
We're looking for Bob.
He says, "Who sent you?"
Gol.
And you see the slat slide close quickly with a snap, and then from the other side of the door you hear a whole menagerie of locks being unlocked, like chunk, 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 all the way down the door. And the door swings open, and leaning out from the doorway, looking up at you, is it looks kind of like Sharid if he was shorter and more like a raven.
Cool.
And it squawks at you, and in an entirely different voice, it says, "Bob."
Nice to meet you, Bob.
And it pulls the door wide open and lets you step in. And this is the first time that you guys have come across what you believe may be a Kenku.
Okay.
This is gonna be fun.
Do you have any dog-sized pets, mate?
And it tilts its head at you and sort of twitches and gives a little squawk. And then in yet another voice, you hear it say, "Dog."
Yeah.
And it leads you into the building, and you can see now on all sides of the building are either pens or tanks of various creatures and critters along the walls and in the middle. You don't see a dog initially. The kinds of things that you are seeing, you see a few cats. They're the most common thing that you're gonna see here. And I need to load this stuff back up because Shlee sent it to me. I know some of the things here. You're spotting, the more normal things are like hedgehogs, cats, other things that I'm gonna read once I've clicked the link again. Oh god, how long ago did you send me that? Found it. Alright, so the weird things that you're starting to see as well. There are two monkeys sat in the corner on like a bookshelf that's been nailed to the wall and repurposed slightly so that they can sort of climb up and down it. A weasel comes running out through the back and runs between Gershaw's legs, squeaking the entire time. A bunch of birds are flying around in the rafters of the building. You can't really get a good look at them through the light, although on the ground there is both a chicken and a duck. And crawling up the wall behind Gershaw's head is a rather large spider.
Cool.
Well, I was planning to let her run round and pick something she might like, but this place kind of like I'm quite happy in here. I'm used to stuff like that.
The Kenku tilts its head again and looks at you and says, "It is safe."
Cool.
And
I'm gonna ask Rebecca what she wants to do in this case.
Rebecca's already kind of like pulling on your arm a little bit to go deeper into this strange building. Her eyes are darting left and right, looking at all the different critters. Some of them cute, some of them not so cute and terrifying. The door closes behind you guys as you enter in, and Rebecca sort of runs through to look at all the things, taking particular interest in some cats that are now sort of like rubbing against her leg. And from the back of the room you hear more squawking, and you see even more birds flying around in there. And one of my personal favourite animals is also in there. Just because I was joking about this midweek. In the corner is a very, very grumpy but very cute-looking dire badger sat in the corner. It's just sort of minding its own business. It just sort of looks up at you and gives you like a little grunt, like, and goes back to what it's doing. Not in this room. But
Fair enough.
you definitely hear the sounds of water and splashing from another room in the back.
I'm gonna go and have a look at one of the tanks.
So the first tank you come across is pretty misty and cloudy on the inside of it. It makes it difficult to make out. You have to like really get up close and get your face right up against the glass. And as you're doing that, you are met with the wet slap against the glass of an octopus. Its legs unfurling against the glass and sort of thrashing around a little bit as it moves away. And the Kenku squawks and like lets out a laugh, or at least the mimic of a laugh. The other tanks are less cloudy, and you can kind of see quite happily that there's various fish in each of them. Not very big or interesting, any of them, just your standard, garden variety fish. There are a selection of toads that sort of jump from tank to tank, some leaping out of the tank onto the floor towards you, and the Kenku scoops one up and puts it back in the tank.
Do you want a pet, Gershar?
I go and investigate the chicken.
The chicken is actually very, very tame and rather relaxed and chill. It just sort of like looks up at you and cranes its head, clucking away, and just kind of starts to pace around you in circles.
I put my arm down, like, to the floor, like this, so it can perch on it if it wants.
Immediately, it kind of like jumps on your arm and begins to perch on your arm.
Do you think it's advisable to... I know you're just looking, don't at me, but do you think it's advisable to have a chicken after what happened with Kevlan? Just saying.
Kevlan gone now.
The
Yeah,
Kenku...
we do have fire casters.
The Kenku squawks and whistles at Gershaw and in a mixture of mimicked voices says, "Chicken, 1 gold piece."
You could have a lot of chickens.
I put the chicken on my shoulder, and I hope it sort of sits there.
Yeah, the chicken's having a great time. It's just chilling.
Cool. And then I sort of like hand a gold piece to the guy, and I'm like, yeah.
Again, he squawks and whistles and sort of bows to you as he takes the gold piece and places it in a pouch on his belt.
Do you have anything dog-sized?
Rebecca's wandering around, so she...
He points over at the dire badger and says, "Dog."
I don't know what a dire badger looks like. Let me just, like the exact things. Let me just.
Alright, so dire is like just a thing you put in front of other animals. It means that they're bigger, nastier, and more powerful. It's kind of like a giant badger.
I found one. I'm just gonna put it into settings info, I guess.
Yeah, you can do.
Just
I'm
looking
gonna go
online,
look.
a dire badger is 5 to 7 feet in length and weighs up to 500 pounds.
That's a fully grown dire badger.
Love it.
This one a small one?
This one looks like it's probably more of an infant currently.
I'm gonna go look for Rebecca, who has probably wandered off looking at all the animals.
Rebecca, when you find her, is currently looking over a group of hedgehogs. Just sort of slowly poking at them and wondering if it's gonna hurt.
Kid, hedgehogs don't hurt. It's porcupines you've got to watch out for.
And she looks up and says, "But it's spiky."
The spikes are soft-ish. I'm sure you can handle a couple of spikes.
And she tries to stroke one of the hedgehogs and does get a little prickle from it, but it doesn't put her off. She kind of like smiles at the hedgehogs.
What are you thinking? Have you seen anything else?
While you guys are looking at the hedgehogs overhead, you hear numerous shrill squeaks as 5 or 6 bats sort of swoop around and leave the room flying overhead, making a lot of noise. It startles a few of the hedgehogs and some of the other animals in the room. It's like, this Kenku really does have everything in this strangely small house in the middle of Tamont.
Personally, I'd go for something bigger, like a dog. But if you like the hedgehogs,
It is in the last room that you guys explore that you find a dog laid out across a beaten up couch, just sort of napping away, tongue lolling out the side of its face, making loud snoring noises. The dog looks to be something maybe like a husky crossbreed, and all of its fur is jet black. And as you enter the room, Rebecca steps on a creaky floorboard, and the creak immediately makes the dog swivel its head up and over towards you as it sort of gives a... It sort of barks and howls at you as if it's trying to communicate before jumping off of the couch and straight at Solgra, and sort of jumping up and pawing at you as it slobbers.
I'm in love instantly.
It sort of barks and howls in your face in a way like it's trying to communicate, like it's begging for food.
I get some of the meat that's left over and kind of like slip it some off the stick.
It takes the meat, but also at the same time in its in its mouth, it grabs the entire meat on a stick situation and rips it out of your hand and sort of runs over back towards the couch and just starts nomming away at the entire meat on a stick. You can see it's still looking at you as it noms.
So I kind of look over to Rebecca and see what her thoughts are, because obviously I'm in love with the dog.
You can see that she's smiling brightly, like not being able to take her eyes off of this dog.
So what I do is I give her a bit of the meat that's left over from the stick that the dog hasn't taken. And tell her to get low and open her hand out properly so that he or she doesn't bite her fingers.
So Rebecca takes the meat off of you and does as instructed, and as she gets close, the dog turns to her and immediately just starts licking her face. And Rebecca giggles as He stops licking her face and immediately grabs the meat from her hands and noms it down in one go. In a very much a distraction tactic.
I think we're onto a winner.
The dog finishes eating all of the meat that you had, and rooting around for more meat, you found that somehow, some way, it's also pilfered that one too. And it just sort of sits at your feet, looking up at you, tongue hanging out of its mouth, panting up at you, expecting more.
So I kind of looked down. What?
I pull out the other meat on the stick that I have.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh.
You don't stand a chance with this guy. So I look down at Rebecca and I'm just kind of like, so, are we decided?
And she nods very quickly. If you look as well, the dog is also kind of mimicking the nod as well.
Dog gonna become like human at some point because I ain't having that.
The Kenku joins you in the room and begins to explain to you the price of the dog is discounted. It tells you dog is meant to be guard dog, too selfish, well trained but lazy.
Me too.
Perfect. How much?
He says 10 gold pieces.
For starters, is it a him or a her?
He says him.
Cool. Does he have a name?
No name.
Cool. Rebecca can name him.
And the Kenku again tells you, like, won't respond to any names, so didn't name. If a dog could smirk, that's exactly what it would be doing during this conversation.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna turn around to the dog and ask whether it wants to come with us or not.
And it barks and howls up at you. You take that as a positive.
Cool. We're taking the dog. I pass over 10 gold to the Kenku.
As soon as you've passed the gold over to the Kenku, the dog runs behind you and jumps up, trying to like climb up your back. And just sort of like hangs its head over your shoulder.
You weren't lying about the laziness, were you?
And it howls and barks in your ear. And then lays its muzzle on your neck again. The entire time, Rebecca's laughing.
I think we've done quite well out of this. We've got a dog and a chicken. Just keep the chicken away from the dog until the dog is safely back at Fort Dondergod.
Actually, I had a plan.
Oh god.
I'm not helping you.
We're gonna have to hear you out.
Let's hear you out.
Well, this chicken ain't gonna last 2 seconds with our group, I'm not gonna lie. With the amount of friendly fire that's been going on, I might as well name this fucker KFC.
Why don't you name the chicken Kevlan?
Kevlan 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Kevlan 2, the chicken.
Alright, but I placed Kevlan the second on onto our new friend's head. Onto the dog's head.
Kevlan fried chicken.
And the dog looks directly at you and sort of barks and howls as if trying to communicate again, and then just goes back to like panting with its tongue out, like looking directly at you. The chicken just sits on his head.
And there you go. That was it. It's genius.
Do you want the chicken to go to Fort Dondergod as well? I'm sure I can persuade you.
I mean, like, it's a perfect thing. Chicken dog companion. It's the greatest pet that you could ever give anybody.
Like some weird version of Homeward Bound. I don't freaking know.
Now it's
Oh.
a pet that can lay eggs.
We done? You should
Yeah.
do you want to buy any more chickens?
No, I
We'll make our way back to the tavern.
Okay, so the Kenku, Bob the Kenku sees you out. Bob, as best
Thanks,
as you can
Bob.
understand, that's what his name might be. He squawks and says Bob a few more times at you as you leave. And as you leave, he closes the door behind you and you hear all the locks going back on again. And you find yourself back in the centre of Tamont. Now carrying a dog and chicken on your back. As
I've
Rebecca
got like
walks with you.
5 hit points now. I'm fucking foobard. So I turn around to Rebecca and ask her, what are you going to name him?
And she thinks and says, I don't know yet.
Sure, a name will come to you. I used to have a dog. His name was Doug.
And when you say Doug, the dog on your back barks and howls into your ear and then licks your face before putting its head back down your shoulder.
Dumb dog. Not as bright as you. Like talking to the dog.
He says, what about Doug?
Name him Doug too.
Doug too. Kevlan and Doug. But spelled
and together,
spelled
they are-
D-U-G.
Just together, they are the sequel.
Electric Boogaloo.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god, if Solgra dies, I'm coming back as Doug.
And Doug barks and howls happily, drawing the attention of many a passerby as they see this half-orc woman carrying a dog and chicken on her back, escorted by a human male and a female human child. It makes for an interesting sight that's not regularly seen in Tamont.
Wouldn't even
Are
better
they-
if
are
we got
they-
a hamster and put it on top of the chicken's head.
Are they gonna walk past the Goliath again on their way back?
They very well might do. But in the meantime, so we've had Capo and we've had Gersher and Solgra. Fanny Boss is drinking, Oscar is drinking, Shareed is in the Arcane Archive, and what are you up to?
Plenty.
What are you up to first?
I actually think I might do one thing, like now and the next session would be here anyway, so
Yeah.
plenty of time, I think. I'm gonna go back to the Drunken Duck, I think.
Okay. So you get back to the Drunken Duck. You will have seen Solgra, Gershaw, and Rebecca getting meat
And
on
I
a stick
pretended
as you walk
Not
past.
to know them.
No. They were too busy talking with the Goliath and getting meat on a stick. You made your way back to the Drunken Duck, and when you enter the Drunken Duck, you find this is very much more the kind of tavern you have come to know and expect across these lands. Many drunken patrons, several bar fights already in progress, people yelling. There's a bard playing in the corner, though you can barely hear him over the din of the drunken patrons. And yeah, it looks like it's pretty much a den of shady drunkards.
I like that. I'm gonna go get a drink and see if I see any friends.
So you're still at the bar for a few minutes, you get your drink, everything goes down as normal, as you'd expect. And while you're still alone drinking, after a short while, you feel a tap on your shoulder. And when you turn to see who it is, the gnarled scarred face of a half-elf looks back at you. You can just make out the ears under his hood. And he leans in and...
I really hope it's Kevlan. But I know it's not gonna be Kevlan, but hey.
Yeah. And through the use of the coded language of the Thieves' Cant, he asks you,
I am indeed.
He says, got word from Jacob you're after a item that he wants retrieving.
Yes. Don't ask me the name because it's somewhere in my DMs.
He says, we know where the item is. Just need someone to liberate it. And it's your lucky day. Just so happens that it's in the hands of someone who has something you want.
Wait, I want something from them and they want something from me?
Says a certain book you were inquiring about.
Mm-hmm.
Says it's not going to be an easy job. Are you up to the task?
Sure. Can you remind me the name of the item as well, since we're talking about it?
The Jade Arachnid.
Yes.
And he very elegantly, without you being able to really notice it's happening, has already pulled you towards a table in the corner, and you've sat down and realised that things have gotten quieter as he's been speaking. And he leans in conspiratorially and drops the thieves' cant and says, the Jade Arachnid and the book. We've heard both are in possession of Tristan Staymore. And he watches your face to gauge it for a reaction. He says, I assume you've heard of him?
I have. Yes, isn't he like the main guy around here?
And he nods and elaborates. You could say that. I guess you could consider acting emperor to be the main guy around here.
How do I get to him?
Well, there's the rub. Some say Tristan's no longer in Tamont, but has instead gone south to the city he named after himself.
Tristan.
Indeed. Smart cookie.
Thank you.
He says, we have heard, though the man himself may not be in Tamont, the items may be still in his study in the palace.
Yes.
He says, we've got some minor details regarding the palace guards and the layout, but I'm afraid this job's going to be more difficult than Jacob made out.
That's okay. I'm sure I can find a way in.
He says, in that case, I'll leave it up to you. Do your best to find yourself the remaining layout to the palace. You'll have to find a way in and out. My sources lead me to believe that the arachnid and the book are within a personal chest of Tristan's, set to depart Tamont in 3 days to join him in Tristan. I'd recommend you liberate the goods before then.
So I have 3 days to do this.
He says you have as many days as you can make it out to be, but I wouldn't expect any other help from our network if you were to fail in acquiring this item for us.
Okay.
And he begins to move away and then leans in one last time and says, the book is of little concern to us. Take that as your own personal prize, but the arachnid, we already have a buyer lined up. It's very, very important that it makes its way through our fences.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I'll try. I'll do my best. Yeah. I'll get it for you.
And with that, he nods and he pulls his hood lower on his face.
No. Hold up.
And he stops moving and says, what is it?
What if I wanted to send a message to the other continent?
And says that would be most difficult. So it would cost a pretty penny.
How much?
Depends on who the recipient is.
Someone in Dathor.
He says, that's not the most difficult. I believe if you did this job for us, we'd do it for free. But if you want to send before you've completed this job, it's gonna be 100 gold.
I'm gonna give you 100 gold.
He takes the coin pouch of 100 gold from you and waits for you to hand him a message. So, you can either write it down or tell me now, but I won't remain here for longer than today.
Okay. Messages. Dear M, I'm in Temont, and I'm in a bit of a mess, which might get there soon. So tell her to be careful. Also, sorry I left. Lemao. Signed.
Lemao.
D.
And he makes a mental note of the message and says, "Very well. I shall see that it arrives in Dathor within 2 days."
Thank you.
And with that, he pulls his hood lower and he backs away from your table and sort of just disappears into the crowd. After a few moments, you can no longer see where he is or where he was going, leaving you sat alone in the corner of the Drunken Duck.
I should finish my drink. And go... Is there a shopping district, by the way?
You can see that the entire main streets of this slums area is lined with either storefronts or with people selling streetwares. So you get a sense that you could probably find anything that you were looking for in Temont at a price.
Okay. Do you want me to have a look now, or should I wait for next week?
What are you looking for?
Place to sell jewelry, I believe, and an artifice. Yeah.
You, in the small amount of walking and exploring of the city you've done thus far, nothing has jumped out at you as having been the location of an artificer at all.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to spend a bit more time either exploring or asking around. As for jewelry related, you find a few less than savoury establishments that look a bit run down and nasty. Don't really have a particularly great stock, at least as far as you can see while you sort of browse past them. You get the impression that if you wanted the really valuable stuff, you'd have to go into the wealthier part of the city. Although
I might leave it for now and just go back to the tavern.
Okay, so you heading back to the Red Mullet?
Yes.
Alright, so you're on your way back. Capo's back in the city. Gershaw, Solgra, and Rebecca are wandering the streets with their newly found companions. Yes, sir?
Who makes it back first to the tavern?
It would probably be you, as you spent the least amount of time doing something either outside of the city or exploring a particular shop like Solgra and Gershaw were doing. I'm quite sure that on the way back they'll find more things to encounter just because it's street vendors. But while all this is going on and makes it back first, Sharid, you're in the Arcane Archives. What is it that you are looking for? What has piqued your interest?
Alright, Bucky, let's find the answer to your questions. I'm gonna go find a librarian and ask for books on Warforged.
So the first librarian that you come across is another old man, long, white beard. He looks also very tired, and he looks eerily similar to the guy from outside. And he smiles at you, and he thinks for a moment. Warforged. Where have I heard that name before? And he says, "Oh, constructs," and he beckons you to follow him, and he leads you through the maze of bookshelves and various literature. And he says, "Are you looking for the history of Warforged as constructs, or stories of the fictitious variety involving Warforged?"
Both.
He says, "Therein lies a problem, as they are in opposite ends of the library. Which one would you like to go to first?"
Let's go for fiction, then.
And he takes you through to fiction, and he supplies you with 5 or 6 books, all of various tall tales of history or explicitly fictitious accounts of killer machines. 1 or 2 of them actually include John.
Huh.
And one of them, the one that piques your interest the most is a story of the Pathfinders, set a good 40 years ago, which involves 7 names, some of which you're familiar with, but one of which mentions a character known as Exalted Prime, who is described as a warforged holy man. And the details concerning his description are very lax and thin on the ground. You know more of his actions and deeds than what he looked like or the kind of opinions he held. But as you're reading this, Bucky is kind of reading along with you, or at least able to pass it as you read it yourself. And you can tell, you're getting a vibe, a magical vibe from Bucky, that he's very, very interested in this particular topic. And it's, once you've gone through 4 or 5 books, one not involving John, one from a very, very, very long time ago, dated somewhere in the Second Age, before humans were ever considered to have ventured onto this continent. You find stories that were told as folklore that involve humans. And the history begins to read as 2 warring factions that held dominion over the entire continent, both human, both noble houses, and through fighting this conflict employed powerful magic of a noble wizard who, in search of ending human deaths for a war that he did not see fit, he created constructs like golems for one of the noble factions before eventually defecting and creating the exact same creations for another noble faction. And by the time you've reached the end of this book, you discover that the Warforged were created in some sort of ritual that has been lost to time, and the end of the Warforged story reveals that both factions of the humans were turned upon by their creations as they gained sentience and fought for themselves. Whatever happened between then and now to the Warforged remains a mystery.
Bucky, what do you think?
It takes a while for Bucky to respond, as he clearly has been parsing more of the books than you have as you've been reading them and dealing with this information. And he responds to your question with a question, and he asks you, "Master Sharid, do you believe that I am a Warforged?"
I'm not sure. I was told by Cutie, if you remember him, to check out the Warforged, but even he wasn't sure what you were. And he knows everything.
And Bucky responds, yes, the Tree Man.
The Tree Man, yeah. So I'm not sure if you're a Warforged. If you were, maybe that would have meant that you were made ages ago, but you were a Bucket when we found you.
He says, "Correct, Master Shreed. I am Bucket."
Yeah, so maybe you weren't made by the same guy. Maybe you are something different than a Warforged. Maybe you are a Bucky forged.
And he lets you think and keep reading, and eventually, a short while later, he interrupts your train of thought and asks you, Master Sharid, is it possible that I was created in a new ritual?
Maybe. Well, there's this story from my tribe that might be interesting to you. You want to hear it?
And Bucky responds in the affirmative. Yes, I would very much enjoy that.
Okay, so we settle down and find a nice comfy reading spot. And I start telling the story of the Velveteen Birdie.
So we are going to wrap the session up there, folks, and we're going to start next week's session with Sharid telling the first few chapters of the Velveteen Birdie to Bucky.
Can't wait.
So yeah, there we go. We're going to end on less of a stressful note than last week's session.
There's been enough.
Wholesome.
And allow everyone time to plan over the next week what the rest of their plans for Tomont are, as some of them probably sound quite clear-cut at this point, and some of them more unknown. But I'm looking forward to it. I feel like I've pushed several storylines on you at the same time. No, Birchie, we are not going to end this this session on hearing a loud boom.
I was so expecting that. You have no idea. I was like, where is it? Come on, where's the chaos? Where's it happening?
Oh, yeah, could you imagine if I was that level of evil? Where it's like, okay.
I mean, we're still live, so you still have some time.
I mean...
How likely was it that we, could have actually died?
Very, after that fart cloud.
As Sharid begins to recount the tale of the Velveteen Birdie to Bucky, above him in the rafters of the Arcane Archive comes a familiar noise.
Shall we check the ceiling?
End for next week's session. No, I'm not doing that.
Right,
that would be mean.
Just a quick thing though, which I find suspicious. We've not ended on a long rest, because obviously it's in the middle of the day. But that's going to be...
I can confirm the first part of the next session will let you get all wrapped up and have a long rest. You're not going to be fighting anything without a long rest. Don't worry.
Okay, I was going to say because we were on exhaustion level 1, next time we come exhaustion level 2.
If it wasn't for the constraints of real life and real time, we would keep going right up until the point you guys have got a long rest. Because I'm sure there's so much more for us to do in Tomont, but I need to sleep for work.
100%.
So.
Yeah.
I need a long rest in real life.
Yeah. I need to make it daytime.
Yeah.
Make daytime.
To make it daytime.
So I tried to fit as much in this half as I could so that we've got a bit more stuff going in next half, but I feel like we've got some things that start to be planned. It's just not as hectic as we end on being chased.
I need to see who wants to come with me on an actual heist.
Potion 7, 2.
And not you. And anyone but you.
It's a shame I couldn't time this out better for us to be on doing a heist for episode 11, so it could have been Potions 11.
Oh man.
I mean, we could make it Potions 11.5.
Episode 11.5, the heist.
Well...
But there we go. That has been another session of the Ebon Death, which started out pretty damn hectic and ended rather chill, with a few minor reveals for a lot of people going on there. And we'll get to see more of that unfold next week. But in the meantime, I've got a bunch of new followers to read out from tonight's session. So, is that Wolfbert, Brianu Iron Fist, Ria Ollie 12, and Haunt 0. Your entries have been logged in the Geeks Codex, and your names will go down in the annals of history as a geek, freak, and nerd, just like the rest of us. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's episode, and it's been super fun DMing it as per usual, and I hope to see all of you back here next Wednesday for more shenanigans in Tamont and a potential heist going down, and more story to be revealed as I decide what that story is going to be. And maybe plan out some actual names for incidental characters, because I forgot to do that. But with that said, I have been joined by Thurfrit Capo playing Caporius, the monk warlock. I've also been joined by Violin Solo playing M, the rogue, the Eladrin rogue. I've been joined by Russell the Dude playing Fanny Boss, the dwarven fighter. I've been joined by Solgra, the barbarian, as played by Schliefidi, half-orc incarnate. I've been joined by Oscar, the... You're a wood elf, aren't you? Wood elf bard.
I am.
As played by AODHQ. I've been joined by Cactus Room, playing the impossible-to-pronounce Sharid. Don't ask about that W. The Aarakocran druid monk. And last but not least, I've been joined by the imposter that is not the phallic barbarian. Gershaw, the human monk.
You should be nice to him, it's his birthday.
Oh yeah,
I know, fuck off.
As played by birthday boy guitar
I was
CR.
expecting something because it happened again. There's like that long thing, and I was just like, you know what? Where is it? Come on. And you had to fucking say it.
I've always got to read you out last. You're the 7th member. So
I mean,
thanks
let's be honest.
Thanks to all these guys for being the best damn party and continuing to put up with my shit as I DM. Thank you everyone that stuck around to watch the episodes. I'll be doing the usual DM prep over the weekend, probably Saturday, because Fridays have gone a bit tough to stream at the same time. And then we'll be back on Wednesday for session 12. But until then, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your week, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.